All right, good evening. We are going to get ready to get started here. I do apologize for the delay. Okay, it is 6:13 p.m. and we're going to call the meeting to order. Dr. Thomas, if you would conduct roll call for us.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Davis?
Here.
Ms. Gallagher?
Here.
Mrs. Davis? Here. Dr. Yeager? Dr. Dykeman?
Here.
Dr. Anderson? Here. Dr. Gant?
Here.
Mrs. Hull? And Dr. Maddox?
Here.
Okay, thank you. So we do have a quorum. We'll move forward to item 2, and that is to amend or adopt the agenda. The floor is open.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion to adopt the agenda and a second.
We also have an amendment.
Yeah, I was gonna amend or make a. Is mine working? Hello. Okay. So should I do that now, or do we?
If it's a motion to amend.
Okay. I move to
Or
amend.
I'm sorry, that would be a substitute motion
A
because we still
substitute
have the
motion.
motion to accept the agenda as is on the floor. Unless you all want to take that motion back.
I withdraw it.
Okay, so the floor is open.
Okay. I move to amend the agenda to add item 13 to discuss and consider superintendent search firms.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to amend the agenda to add item 13 for discussions of the superintendent search. Are there any questions or discussion? All right, all in favor of amending the agenda for the stated reasons, if you would raise your hands and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, the same signs?
Aye.
Okay. And any abstaining? Okay, so that motion carries. Ms. Palmer, we had one no vote. Okay, the floor is open for a motion to adopt the agenda as amended.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion by Dr. Maddox and a second by Ms. Gallagher. Any follow-up questions or discussion?
On this, is this something different from last week's motion, or last meeting's motion for the superintendent search? Is this new information? A new discussion? We have some new information? Thank you.
Okay, any additional questions?
Oh, is this different from what we received in the mail?
Mm-hmm. You mean an email?
You received a digital copy in the email, and then that's the printed copy of what was emailed.
Okay. And is this today's email that I received this?
Yes. And I think,
Okay, I'm
Miss-
good, thank you.
Ms. Davis, I don't know if this may be a point of confusion, so I don't want to project, but I know for me, when we had that board update, you know, and we had like a list of people or places that had inquired about for information for the RFP. And so I know that may have been a little bit confusing. And this is because that deadline was, I think, yesterday. These
Right.
are the people that actually applied to
So
the
this
RFP.
is actually a part of our scheduled process for reviewing the RFPs,
Ye-
right? Responses, right?
Yes,
Yes,
except
okay.
we just didn't have it on the agenda tonight, so.
Okay, I'm fine with that. I thought it was about a different email that we received.
Okay, so all in favor of approving the agenda as amended, if you would, raise your hands and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? And any abstaining? Okay.
Excellent.
Okay, so that motion carries, and our amended agenda is before us. We're going to start with the informational items First is the Athens Community Career Academy report, and then we'll go to the SPLOST monthly report.
Well, we just had our joint meeting with the Career Academy, and they shared some amazing things that are happening now, but getting ready to happen as well, and some proposals for some new pathways, and so we're just really excited to support them however we can. And the last meeting that I went to was in January. I was not able to attend February's meeting, but I do plan on attending their March meeting. And in January's meeting, they talked extensively about their culinary plans, the kitchen plans, and how they have sort of a dream that they can have both a commercial kitchen and a catering kitchen. And so there's just sort of this really robust plan that they would like to see come to fruition. So I think after their meetings with Mr. Fisher and all of the expansion plans that they're having conversations with Mr. Fisher about, the board at some point will probably become involved in some of those conversations. But I think that that's all really that I had for updates.
Wonderful, thank you. Any follow-up discussion?
I just have a question, and I read the report that was in our work package, and I probably should put this on the spreadsheet, but did we not build the Career Academy with a commercial kitchen? Is it not a commercial kitchen already? It is?
It is, but they're wanting to expand it into a commercial kitchen that also includes catering, which is a different type of commercial kitchen. So they had toured some other AC career academies in the state and found that they were doing some really amazing things with expanded kitchens.
So really, this is like an enhancement to our current.
Correct.
Community, because I know we spend a lot of extra money to build that kitchen, commercial kitchen, and so yes, I'm fine with that. I think it's a great idea. Some good things are out there. Thank you. I was wondering where I put it.
All right. We'll move forward then to our SPLOST monthly report.
So as I looked, I was out on the internet again, looking at our policies and our state regulations, and so I know that we give this report at our regular board meeting, right? And the SPLOST is included in that, because I think the law says that we have to present it to the public at one of our public meetings. So I think that's always been a part of our monthly financial report. Is that right, Mr.? Yeah, is he still here? No, I was just asking. I think that we have included SPLOST in the monthly financial report that we do on the second regular board meeting. Is that true, or am I just thinking that I read it and it's not something that we present?
We usually do them all at the work session. All those reports are in the work session.
But do we not present them to the public at the regular board meeting? Okay, so I saw something in one of those OCGA, that's a law or a regulation, right? I saw that today, so I'll look it up again, and then I will share it, because I think that's something that we're supposed to discuss publicly at our regular meeting.
As I recall, that's just an ad publishing
Quarterly?
Annually, yeah, okay.
Okay, the thing that I read said monthly, but I will find that and send it back to you. Okay. So we don't consider SPLOST a part of the financial report?
That's cool. The SPLOST is technically included in the monthly financial reports in that Senate Bill 68, all of the funds. So technically, we are presenting to you all the data, all the funds on a monthly basis.
Right.
The SPLOST advertisement in the newspaper that I thought you were originally talking about, that's an annual thing, once you're done completing the financial statements, and then the subsequent schedule that is detailing all the SPLOST expenditures, that's annual.
No, for some reason today, I just had a brain freeze, and I could not remember if we were reporting the SPLOST monthly report as a part of the monthly financials.
It's
It is
part of it,
included
yes.
in the package.
Yeah, this would provide you with more detail, but in terms of it being included in the monthly financials, it is.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yep.
And this part of this SPLOST report is public on the website. I mean, not on the website, but on the meeting site, right? This is something that the public can see as well. Yeah, okay.
Okay, any additional questions about our SPLOST report? Okay, we'll move forward with early Head Start Policy Council meeting minutes. Any follow-up discussion or questions?
I have none.
Okay. You must have saw me looking at the corner of your eye. Okay, let's move forward to our board community reports. We'll start with the Athens Area Community Foundation.
We have a meeting soon, but I do not have any report tonight.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Maddox. And I know, like, once you all meet, it may be in between it may be in between, but you can just share it with the board, those notes. All right, moving forward to the Community Oversight Committee, or the SPLOST report.
It's the same report, right? Okay.
Okay. Any additional questions or discussion?
Thank you for preparing it, Mr. Gilbert.
All right, thank you. We'll move forward to Envision Athens. I did not have anything there, and I think is that Ms. Hall? I don't know if
That's
there are
Ms.
any.
Hall.
And I don't think I've received anything, so I don't know that there are any updates. But Ms. Davis, I'm gonna defer to you just in case you've heard any updates by chance.
I believe that they, well, don't let me say that they've hired, but I think she told us last month that they had hired the executive director, but I haven't heard or seen anything from that. Now, I am on the distribution list for the Health Concerns Group because they have been very active in meeting consistently, even as they went through the transition. And you get a lot of really good information from their minutes about how the community as a whole is responding to and trying to get ahead of the health concerns and needs in our community. So there might be some other groups that are still meeting too, and I think that's very worthwhile reading to just get on their distribution list.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll move forward to the Georgia School Boards Association. I don't have any updates other than I know we were sent, I think that may have been today or yesterday, just an update or a reminder of the conference, but it's also a good time to remind us of the conference since we'll be traveling, but we'll talk a little bit more about that under the board president's report. Mr. Davis, have you?
Yeah, just a couple of things, and it falls under the Georgia School Board Association, but Justin Pauley, hopefully we're all reading his reports, and just for the public to know, one thing that has passed the Senate yesterday was what I guess you would call an anti-mask mandate that the governor has asked for, and the Senate actually extended. It was going to end in 2023. The Senate amended that, so now it is, this anti-mask mandate is effective till 2027, and it passed the Senate and is now in the House. So that could potentially, hopefully not, but potentially have some serious consequences for our students and staff. You know, the other thing is that there's 2 bills in the House and at least 1 bill in the Senate that is aimed at affecting the way that we cover history and of various populations, Native American, African American, so on, and how they're taught in school. So those are still working their way through the legislature.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Davis. Any follow-up questions or discussion? Or,
I did pick about, and I didn't bring my list with me today, but I did pick about 6 bills on there that, that Mr. Pauly had recommended that we watch, because I had some other questions about them. So what I will do is I have them on a little piece of paper at home. I'll send those to the board, and you guys can decide if you want to look in on that or not. And I was concerned because as these bills are currently active, and have we had Sine Die yet? Have they swapped places yet? I don't know that we can influence them now, but I would like to maybe take a look at those in comparison to what the GSBA legislative agenda looks like, to see if we have any overlaps there or any connections there as well. Are there any connections to what we're getting monthly or weekly from, daily actually, from GSBA to the request for the legislative review for GSBA? Is there a correlation, or is anybody tracking that? You are?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
Not as closely as you're suggesting. So
Okay.
I can try to double my efforts.
No, that's not your job. I'm not trying to give you a job. I'll
I'm
take
ju-
a
there's
look
just-
at it too,
there-
and I'll
there-
let you know.
well, there's just a couple of things that I'm always perked up to hear,
Right.
and one is dealing with the teaching of of various racial minorities, and also of history, and also in terms of mask mandates or anything that can threaten the health of students. So,
We have some voucher bills in there as well, and
some what bills?
voucher bills,
Right.
and I would be concerned about some of those, and there were
Now,
2 others that kind of remind me.
There is an interesting thing, and you're right about the voucher bill, but it's kind of interesting because what actually happened is that there was a national lobbying group that was pushing for the expansion of the voucher bill. And they associated some folks who were in the same political party as the speaker as being connected to the other party. And so the speaker got very upset and said, we're not having any voucher bill come through this year. So, and he was mad because he thought they were trying to badmouth, people that should have been their allies. So we may have been saved because of that. We'll see.
Okay, great, thank you. That's a little bit more than I knew.
and Ms. Davis, I think this is a part of, at least related to what you were saying, but it almost seems, when we had the meeting with the legislators, it sort of seems like it's not backwards, but because we don't know all of the things. I mean, we know our legislative agenda, but we don't necessarily have a heads up on how we are going to collectively think about or even state what we feel about things, because it comes after that time while they're in session, and I don't know that we can do anything to fix it, but it is something I've noticed that, with all of the different bills or discussions that might have implications for public schools, it just sort of puts us behind those conversations, I know there's nothing to say as they come out. We can't collectively, meet and say this is where we stand on this, but I guess that would be something that could be useful for our future meetings, that if there are any discussions possible, like having a heads up. I don't know that they always have a heads up, but they may know more than, we know by the time it gets to us.
And I think my greater concern is, as GSBA has withdrawn from NSBA, we have no national affiliation now from the state of Georgia public school system. And so what are we missing as a result of that broken relationship in terms of things that are happening across the nation? And so it gets very important to me to know what our current legislative session is dealing with as it relates to our community. So that's my big concern.
But I will say, both in terms of counteracting what the governor called critical race theory and also the mask mandate, he publicized that a year ago, you know, or certainly this summer. So he stated what he was pushing for,
Right.
and the way that politics works, what he wants is what he's going to get, typically. So I think that that's something that the Georgia School Board Association, we may need. I don't think there's anything in there that talks about that educators, you know, set up the curriculum and not legislators. So I think that not too many public school teachers are actually in the legislature. So I think that would be one thing for those who become part of the creating the legislative agenda for GSBA, you know, should bring forward, in my opinion.
Okay.
Thank you. We'll move forward to the advisory board report. We have a document there with some updates. Are there any questions, or is there any further discussion about any of those things?
I did have one quick question. I saw that the Student Advisory Board was considering possibly a May presentation to
February.
us. Is that still on the books? And
May 12th, I'm hopeful. May 12th, all that for me. Sorry. Yes, that worked for the most number of students, so I hope that it works to fit into the agenda. We will be meeting prior to that to go over the presentations and keep them within 30 minutes total.
I'm looking forward to that. Thank you.
Any additional questions or discussion around any of these updates?
I just want to thank the people that got their minutes to us early so that we could read them, and I am very excited about some of the things that we're learning from our community through these advisory boards and the collaborations.
All right, we'll move forward to the board president's report. There's not a lot here. There is, I do have the ad hoc committee listed, but I guess before I do that, I wanted to just give you an update that Dr. Anderson and I have started to put together a tentative retreat agenda. And so hopefully within the next week, we'll be able to send that out, at least a tentative, a sketch of what that day, we're hoping that day will look like. So just sort of be on the lookout for that. And we're going to be discussing the superintendent timeline a little bit later. The ad hoc committee discussion was right here because it was, I wanted us to discuss if we needed an ad hoc committee, or even if the board wanted to decide that there would be one person to help facilitate this process of the search, and just being, sort of as a liaison and things like that. Sometimes it's because it's 9 of us, it can be a little bit difficult. And so we do know that we have a timeline and there is a bit of a crunch. And so I did want to get your thoughts just so that we'll still have that information so that regardless of what we decide about the timeline, we'll sort of know where we're heading as far as the ad hoc committee. I think that is something that we do have access to, that rests within our power to be able to set the ad hoc committee, as well as like the scope of that work and the timeline of that work. So I wanted to get your thoughts about an ad hoc committee for the superintendent search.
Age before beauty? Okay. So I think it would be a great idea to just have that appointed to one person to coordinate with the chosen person, the chosen group. Again, because it makes it, when we're trying to balance a lot of schedules, it kind of just adds to the time that it takes to get things done. So I think that that would be a great project to appoint someone to be the liaison for the board.
Can I just kind of ask a question? I mean, I know we're going to discuss this later, but our time is so much has to be done in such a quick period of time that one aspect of a committee structure is, as it's been pointed out, you've got a small group of people make decisions, but then they've got to bring it to the larger group of people, and then they have questions, and then they may go back to the smaller group of people. I'm just wondering if we have that much time. That's all I'm asking.
So I'm speaking from our experience, and I think we've both been on the board about the same length of time. And I remember for one search, it was Dr. Spangler who was the liaison. And for the next superintendent search, it was Mr. Worthy who was the liaison, and that was just one person. And their whole purpose, or their whole vein of existence, was to just answer questions for the company so that they could get quick responses on things that they may not be absolutely clear on. I don't know what it required from the administrative team, but I would imagine there was something engaged there. And that might be a question we can ask either one of those people who did this before.
I agree with Ms. Davis that I think that it would be really helpful to have a point person for this. Otherwise, I think that it will, actually it's up to you, Dr. Gant, because if there is no other point person, I think the point person will be you. So if you feel like you need someone else to be this point person, then I think then that's good. I do think it's important that there's a person that can be the contact person for the firm.
I think it's a lot to take on, but yeah, I definitely think it would be good to just appoint somebody that would be willing to do it, I think, and that would want to do it.
Okay, and so what I hear is that having a point person, I definitely think it would be helpful, because there, even as we're doing this, there may be still other things. Hopefully we'll be receiving the cognitive report soon. We just got some additional planning to do as far as the rest of the year. Others that have not shared, do you have any particular thoughts around coming to some consensus around one person helping with this process? I'm going to take silence as agreement. So the next question will be, who is that person? I think we can go ahead, since it's more of a consensus, as we're not, putting an ad hoc committee in place.
Are you looking for nominations, volunteers, recommendations?
I wouldn't, informal, either nominations or volunteers.
Well, of course, I was going to recommend Nicole. She's not here. So let's recommend Nicole. But I'd be just as happy to recommend our vice president, so that, again, we don't have very many duties prescribed for the vice president, so maybe we can make that a vice president's responsibility going forward and put it in policy.
I agree with that. Dr. Anderson, I think it would be great.
I'd like to nominate Kara Dykeman. Simply because she was the superintendent committee chair. So it seems to me a good hat for her to wear.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But so did the recommendation of the vice
Kara, go ahead and
president
say
also
yes,
made
stop all
sense.
this. She's accepts.
What was that? I can,
She accepts.
okay, so is that general consensus that Kara will be our person?
Did she accept it?
Yes, did you accept, Kara?
Yeah, I mean, I will do it.
Okay,
Well, I'm a little concerned about the timeline, only because there's a lot of stuff that happens over the summer, and there are going to be times when I'm not here, so that would be my only reservation.
So how about we do a committee of two, an ad hoc committee of two with you and me, and when you are not around, you can just pass the hat to me.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
So let me just toss this out there, because I like to expand our meetings and talk a long time. But when there's a committee of two, and Mr. Pruitt and others, Mr. Davis and Ms. Davis can help, and Dr. Maddox, it gets a little bit tricky, because that means that when you're having if you are the committee, when you are doing that business officially, and when you're having conversations, those conversations need to be publicly available, which means that you're gonna, it gets a little bit tricky, right? If you call and talk to each other on the phone, then you have a committee meeting technically of two.
No possibility of a quorum with two, so if it's gonna be two, you make it three, and make
Yeah.
it a committee, and then it just slows it down a little bit more.
Could
It
we
should
do
be
a
a
point
designee.
person and an alternate?
Yeah, designee, that's what I was gonna say.
Designate. Instead of a committee?
Yeah, so one of the things I'm wondering, if we have one person, a lot of this is going to be determined over the next month or two, as far as where we're going. And then that person's job would technically be done for then, or once either a superintendent is placed. And so I don't know how far we'll go into the summer, but I do understand, Kara, because you're probably looking at the timeline that we've all been looking at. I just don't know that, I don't know that you'll have to do a lot of work over the summer as an individual. I think the cleanest thing is to have either an individual or a committee.
And so we didn't have a board manager in the past either, and so I'm thinking that chances are we're going to probably end up taking some of Lisa's time as well with this. Wouldn't you think? Again, because this firm is going to have to do the work that we set out for them to do. And so we don't have access to administrative team either, so I think it would be an important thing to, again, make sure that we're aligning ourselves with Dr. Thomas's needs.
So may I suggest, to move us forward, maybe if Kara, if you accept that position, and if you feel that it's getting to be too much of a burden, or it's going to conflict with your travels, we'll be together probably a few more times between now and the summer, a few times this month. But you can just bring it back to the board, because we'll probably need just an update anyway on the superintendent search as we meet. And if there needs to be then another person who takes over that, then I think that may be the cleanest way to. Is everyone okay with that? I'm seeing blank stares and smiles, okay. Yes. All right, okay. So that is all under that report. Dr. Anderson, can you think of anything else from our meeting? Thank you. And we'll probably need to send out an email about that anyway, just because of executive session, but be on the lookout as far as planning the executive session for the evaluation, and we'll include the contents of that. We'll send that out either later tonight or within the next day or so, because there's some work that we need to do before that, and we discussed that in executive session, so I won't share the specifics, but I just know that we'll send an email out, okay, to prepare for that meeting. Yes, so our meeting on the 24th, and we talked about this a little bit earlier and did confirm it with you, Dr. Thomas, today, that 24th meeting, I think, is when we have our strategic update.
Yes, ma'am, and I had several of our upcoming meetings with times and activities just to make everyone aware of what was coming up. But the 24th, we said we would do 5 o'clock, if that worked for the majority, to do the strategic plan presentation, and then do the evaluation meeting right afterwards, around 6:30, depending on the number of questions, 6:45, 7 o'clock. 7:30.
8. But
8:15.
yeah, so that was the main thing, like, and we'll include that in that email that we send, the date, but just wanted to register it on your radar that after that strategic update, we'll go into executive session.
And that we would start that meeting early that day at 5
Yes,
o'clock.
yes.
So this is March.
Yes, ma'am, and I'm going to go over all the dates in my report.
Super, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yep. All right, that's it for our things. I'll go to you, Dr. Thomas, for the superintendent's report.
Yes, ma'am, and I have a couple of presentations. One is really short, one not as short, but not long, and then we have Mr. Gaskins and his team on the agenda for our student achievement update. But just a reminder, our staff should be a little happier tomorrow. They received their 3rd installment of the retention supplement that you all approved, the $2,000. And if you recall, they asked that be broken up into 4 $500 payments. So they received payroll notice yesterday, and those payments will come out tomorrow. It was done in a separate check from their regular payroll, but so all staff will receive that supplement tomorrow for retention. So people, I think, are excited about that. We are having conversations, just looking at our needs as a district and as a community, to talk about having a position that addresses diversity, equity, and inclusion. So the board will hear more about that in the future, but I did share that with you all as well in your Friday update. Our Early Learning Center should be able to move into their facility in April, the facility on Gaines Schools, so we're really excited about that. So I just wanted to give you that update. And then board meetings. So just a reminder, we do not have a board meeting next week because that was the week that our students were out for parent-teacher conferences. So there will be no board meeting next week. The next board meeting is March 17th. Then March 24th, we will meet at 5 o'clock to do strategic plan update, and immediately after that, the superintendent's evaluation. March 31st is a PL date. April 7th, so for the month of April, we're not having a work session. We're just having our regular board meeting because April 7th is spring break. So our board meeting is April 14th. We tentatively want to have on April 21st just the FY23 budget Q&A. That's generally done that week, so that would just be an opportunity where Mr. Schooneman would have presented the budget information, and that will be an opportunity for any questions that you all have. So that's tentative at this point, so we can get feedback from you all. And then April 28th is our ribbon cutting for this building.
What was the one right before that?
April 21st, FY23 budget Q&A. April 14th is the board meeting. No meeting on April 7th, so we don't have a work session. We just have our board meeting. Ribbon cutting is at, what time? 5:30. The ribbon cutting date is April 28th.
Is there any way you could send us all
I
of
will
those
put
dates?
all of those dates in tomorrow's board
Okay,
update. Yes,
wonderful.
ma'am.
Is it okay to throw it on the table that you have already started with all of the meeting dates? So it's in one place as well?
She can do
Yeah.
that, yes.
Okay, thank you.
That's what I was going to say.
Okay, wonderful, thank you.
So, Mr. Harris, if you want to come and just give a quick update on our Citizens Academy. I know it was in, Ms. Gallagher had kind of mentioned something while I was out, and I said, oh, that's kind of similar to what we're doing, and I know you gave an update and board members had wanted to nominate people, so Mr. Harris is going to do an update on that, and then you all had requested at the last board meeting a facilities update, so Mr. Fisher and I think Mr. Gilbert with him are going to do that together.
All right, well, good evening, everyone. As far as our Citizens Academy, which we call VILA, it is through the GSBA, it's the Volunteer Instructional Leadership for Learning Association. We have 15 parents signed up, so would love it if you as board members wanted to nominate, or if you had members that you are aware of that would like to sign up. We have about 3 more weeks of the application will be open because the courses will start taking place in early April. It is going to be a series of 5 courses, well, 4 courses. First, how does a school board work? How does a school district work? Where does funding come from? Then we will talk through human resources, instructional material. As a charter system, we did embed a charter system presentation to talk about governance. And then there would be a last series, which is a field trip. GSBA does recommend a field trip to 1 or 2 schools, so that way your parents parents can then look to see what does it look like in an instructional environment, how do you observe a classroom and see what teaching and learning truly looks like. So it would be 4 courses, a field trip, and then we'd have a graduation. So we do have 15, but would love, our goal is to get 40, so that is a nice little bucket that we can fill. So if you know any parents who are interested, please send them our way. That is being managed by Soraya Felgenhauer, our community school director. But if you send it to Dr. Thomas, you can get it to us. Would love to have a much more robust parent participation. And that's that.
Anyone have any questions?
So is it limited to? I've talked about it. Is it limited to parents?
Currently, yes. We were trying to follow the GSBA model as closely as possible since they've done it so many times. They recommend parents for your first couple just to start to build up that cohort. I imagine in the future we'll probably expand it beyond, but for now, yes, parents
And so you said
or
this
guardians.
is a GSBA model?
Yes, we're using the GSBA model.
Okay.
Figured why reinvent the wheel.
Okay, what time of day are we asking parents to commit to, and is childcare available?
Yes, so that's actually one of my notes. That's what we're looking at now, examining childcare options, because it would be evening. The initial group we had surveyed in the fall stated they were fine during the day, but because we want to make sure access, it'll be evening. So most likely 5:36, and then we'll have a series of 4 courses. So it would be 4 different days, because we don't want to be here till 11 o'clock. So it'll probably be like a 5:30 to 7:30, 4 different time periods. And 42 is also limited because it's based on buses. When we do the field trip, that's enough space to carry somebody on the bus. And technically 2 per school.
Where is it going to be held?
It'll be here.
This room?
I'm not sure. It'll either be here, or we have, spaces upstairs as well. But it'll be in this building for
Because
sure.
potentially we could have a large number, right?
We could, but the idea is to kind of build cohorts,
Oh,
right?
oh,
So
42, okay.
Yeah, 42 is kind of our cap for this first one. We just also want to make sure we do it right. Plus, it does require, it's a class. So we want to be able to answer questions. When you get too big, you can't answer questions if, it's too many people. So 42. Keep it small. And I did, quickly, if I can, Dr. Thomas, also just add, just from the question earlier, if the board does want to sign up for GSBA, LegiScan, and ACLU, that does give you legislative updates. So I'm on all those listservs. I think there was a question earlier, how do you stay informed about the bills that Mr. Davis was discussing? Those 3 sites also, if you subscribe, they'll email you pretty much almost every day, every bill that's in the Georgia legislature. So I can include that in the board update.
Yes, that would be great.
Mr.
Dr.
Harris.
Harris. Oh, Dr. Maddox.
It's out of order, but I do want to congratulate Dr. Harris for receiving the that was Mr. Fisher, for receiving the Game Changer Award. I was
Thank
proud to see some of our staff to receive awards recently in the community, so I do want to lift that up.
Thank you. Alex Borges as well. Yes.
Thank you.
I was going to say Dr. Harris and Alex Borges, so we had 2 for that, and then we had Mr. Fisher receive the recognition from the Chamber. a couple
Spirit of
weeks ago.
Athens.
Spirit of
All right.
Athens.
Spirit of Athens Award,
Very
yes.
awesome.
We do
Dr.
have some great things going on. Mr. Fisher, you and Mr. Gilbert.
Real quick, I'm sorry, you said this, but how many names do we recommend? Did you say we recommend names?
Yes,
I didn't hear
if you
say
know
that right.
individuals who would be interested, there's no number.
And when do you
we're-
need it by?
The end of March. So
March,
there was
okay.
at least that last week of March, because we want time to give them an acceptance letter. There's a whole curriculum GSBA has, so you want to send them an acceptance letter. It's congratulatory because it's supposed to be an aspirational, kind of build this idea that we really want our parents involved, which we do. So yeah, no limit. And if you recommend more than we can accept, we want future cohorts. So we'll have a fall cohort too.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, sir. Well, good afternoon, board members. So you all had asked us at our last board meeting that you all want to take a look at the space, the new field house at Cedar Shoals. So we do have that information tonight. Coach Thomas is here, the athletic director at Cedar Shoals. He's here. And I'm gonna bring John Gilbert up to talk about that. And then we also gonna address Clark Central's Title IX information also. So John, you wanna come up first?
Yeah. Lisa, could you scroll up a little bit on the slide? So on the planning of the field house is primarily for, it's got a football weight training room, JV and varsity locker rooms. But upstairs, if you can scan up just a little bit, Lisa, we have 2 dedicated spaces, locker rooms for female sports and coaches' office. We were fortunate when we did the renovation of the old gymnasium that we were able to convert a lot of the existing space into locker rooms for both male and female sports. If you do an overall comparison square footage wise, there's actually more square foot locker rooms for female sports at Cedar than there are for male sports if you take out football. So as far as the Title IX issues, that kind of thing, I believe we have sufficient space allocated for those teams and those sports. We work with the principal, the athletic director, and the coaches to make sure that we provide those spaces. Now, the one caveat that I'm going to throw out here is that we designed and built it, but at the end of the day, principals and the ADs and the coaches assign locker rooms and spaces. So, you know, there could be, we built X number of spaces and then somebody gets slid around here or there, but that hasn't happened at Cedar. You have a lot of sports that are seasonal, so locker rooms change. So, you know, there's not a dedicated girls track locker room that stays girls track 100%, you know, year round. So that's how it goes with any sport as far as having seasonal spaces for these programs.
I have a question. So you said there's more female locker room square footage at Cedar if you don't count football.
Title IX compliance, football does not enter into the equation.
Well, how is that possible?
Well, that's how it is. I mean, that's how you evaluate the Title IX. So football gets taken out because there's not a female football program. So then you look at the remainder of your programs, soccer, track, things like that, where you have male and female sports to make sure that you have equity between the 2 sports for the spaces and the facilities.
So 2 questions. One, because football is a fall sport, are those locker rooms used in other seasons?
Yes, they use it. They have spring football, and Coach Thomas may be able to speak to it too, but they train year round. So as far as and you have football coaches that will be there, I think, year round as well. I don't believe that they're not seasonal, are they? Your football coaches? Yeah, so their offices are year round.
Okay, so the football locker rooms are used year-round by the football team.
Right.
So then I guess I get that, what was it, is it Title IX?
Title IX.
Title IX says that you don't have to include football in the
In your comparisons.
calculation.
Right.
But I still think we should. I mean, maybe not the entire space, but I feel like we need to make sure that the female athletes still have adequate space for what we need it for, not necessarily just to make it even.
Right. I mean, there's adequate space for them. They're able to use the football weight training facility. Once we build the new field house, the old weight room will actually be converted to be used by both male and female athletes in the old gym, the old field house space. And if you can scroll up and kind of pull up the slide of the old gym, you can see there we have approximately 3, 4, it's like, 5 different locker room sports facilities. And again, those are multi-purpose locker rooms that are used seasonally by the different sports, whether it's baseball, softball, soccer, track, those kind of things. I believe cheerleading also uses one of those spaces as well.
So with all of this, everybody will have the space they need when they need it.
Yes.
Is that?
So was the complaint at Cedar or was it Clark Central?
Clark Central.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
I
the
was having a moment,
question
okay.
was asked, the question was asked at the last board meeting about the accommodations at Cedar.
Right.
So we wanted to show you what we had at Cedar. So that was, you know,
Okay,
me responding to that.
I'm caught up now.
Okay.
Hi, sorry for my tardiness. I had kids. But I just want to make sure that I'm understanding what I'm walking into. So are we saying that the facilities for females and males are equitable if we subtract the football facilities?
Yes.
And if we did not want to subtract the football facilities and make them equitable with the football facilities included, what would that look like? What would that entail?
I don't understand the question.
So if I wanted to say, I want to see like 50-50 male, female, and I want you to calculate football square footage, whatever football is used for in that equation.
Right, but that's not, for Title IX, that's not what you do. Football is totally removed from the Title IX calculation.
I understand, but what I'm
Right.
asking is, if the board wanted to see what that would look like, really not caring about what Title IX says, what is that possibility? Is that possible?
Well, there's more than adequate spaces for all of the sports at Cedar, both male and female. So I don't understand there's not a sport that doesn't have a locker room, changing area, practice facility at Cedar.
Okay. Not being difficult, I just want to make sure I'm getting my question across. So if I wanted to count female stalls, restrooms, changing spaces, square footage, and say this is what is dedicated to females, this is what's dedicated to males, and I don't want to exclude what's being used for football, what would that look like? Is that a possibility?
I mean, it's a possibility, but the reality is you have varsity football, you have JV football, you have C-team football, which are your middle school football that's been brought to the high schools. So you would have to take those square footages of those spaces and I guess what you would try to make the other spaces larger.
Okay.
So I think, and I could answer, not answer, but help a little bit. I think also besides looking at space, if you look at participation numbers,
Okay.
in my mind, as I'm
Okay.
listening to you talk about it, right? So
Okay.
if you have a sport, even if you took basketball, male basketball, and compared that to male football.
Okay.
So you might have 20 players in basketball, so the space needs for a team of 20 versus the space needs for a team of 120 would not be the same. So if
Okay.
you were being responsible in terms of space utilization, even if you compared male to males, your basketball teams need, and I could look at Coach Thomas, who's the head boys basketball coach, and he feels passionately about that. But what they would need, even as males, in terms of changing facilities or stalls or locker rooms would be drastically different than what you would need for a locker room for a football program with 120 people.
That's helpful.
So to me, if you look, for me, just listening to you both talk, I'm like, for me, if I looking at numbers of participants for those different sports, male and female, and ensuring that there is equity there in terms of meeting the needs of the numbers of participants versus sport to sport, because you could probably take almost every sport and combine them and have the numbers that you would have in a football program if you combine C-team, JV, and varsity. Is that kind of accurate, Coach? I mean, that's a little extensive, but if you took basketball, baseball, soccer, and you put them together, that would almost equal one football program.
That's helpful.
So look at it as participants versus program.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
No, you did great. I really can't add much. Only, next year between C-team football, JV football, varsity football, we look to have over 100 and something kids. Whereas in our other sports, those numbers dwindle. And then right now, our participation in our boys' sports are a little bit higher than in our girls' sports, and we're working right now to grow our numbers. And when we were starting in the middle schools, we actually had Core Middle School today, and we had Hills Middle School on Tuesday. We're really working to get more participation in all of our sports. But she pretty much summed it up. You know, I understand, you know, equity, but also with the numbers, we have to make sure that the spaces meet the needs and meet the numbers that we have.
I think that's important. I really like the way that you explained it, and that's something that can be articulated to students that ask, because once we had the public comment and found out the situation at Clark Central, there was no sufficient explanation as to why that situation existed. So that is very helpful. Thank you.
It's my one point of brilliance for the day.
Good job, Dr. Thomas. Good job, good job. So I think it was a good segue into our conversation about Clark Central.
Oh, could I ask one last question before you segue? I'm sorry. So the old gym is going to be gutted and then completely redone in the inside. So the facilities in the old gym, in terms of quality, will match that of the new gym?
It'll be upgraded, yes.
When you say upgrade.
You talking about at Cedar?
Yeah, at Cedar, right. I wanted to.
That's already been done.
Oh, okay, so
Yeah,
this old.
That was done last summer.
Yeah.
Okay, so everything here, when it says after demolition, this is now what it looks like now.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
And then you're gonna, okay.
Yeah, so a year and a half ago, I believe, we brought to you guys to approve the renovation, remodeling of the old gym. That's where we converted all those spaces to locker rooms for both male and female sports.
Okay.
So that's already been done.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was not on the board. Thank you.
It's just more for clarifying. So on the, oh, y'all took the picture down. On the bigger picture, it had football going right down the middle. So the football will move out, completely out of the old gym into the new, which will open up more space for female sports.
Well, when we do the SPLOST 6 programming for Cedar, for the entire school, that'll be part of the planning process.
But the football seems to be moving out.
Yes.
And I do want to go back to something you said earlier. The use of the extra space is at the discretion of the athletic director and the principal at the school,
Yes.
not the, okay. Thank you.
I guess, well, a follow-up with that, I don't want to take us on too big of a tangent, but is Ms. Gallagher's question as far as the use of the facilities, and that being under the discretion of the principals and the athletic directors. And I guess I'm just trying to figure out, since we may have students watching this, or, you know, how do we encourage them to be able to, because obviously things had gotten so bad that they felt that they had to come to a board meeting, which I think is wonderful. And I want to be sure that they, you know, are aware too, that, you know, they can go to the principals and things like that. So I guess I'm wondering, how are our athletic directors and principals, what are the mechanisms in place so that this communication takes place between students as well as the coaches? So, you know, so that they are hearing what students need and are able to like adjust accordingly.
Well, when we do the building program, we encourage all stakeholders to attend. So it'll be the principal, parents, students, teachers, that kind of thing. And that's an opportunity to speak up and say, here are some of the things that we need that we don't have. Now, once we build it and we do all the planning, then it's the principal and athletic director and the coaches to utilize the spaces, and then certain coaches will advocate for their space stronger than others as far as, you know, who has what. If I'm a seasoned coach, and again, I'm just kind of speaking on experience, if I'm a seasoned coach and I've been there 10 years, I'm advocating strongly for my program. If I'm a newly hired coach, I'm kind of giving my space, and it's, you know, am I really speaking up and asking for everything that I can get? You know, it also depends on parental support in the boosters. Some of the changes at Clark Central to the baseball field have been 100% funded and done by boosters, not by the district or not by, you know, the SPLOST program. So again, you got to kind of rein those folks in, not let them go rogue, to where we develop these inequities. And that's just a process, an ongoing process that we have to do.
And when we had our student advisory board meeting last week, that was one of the things that came up, and that's something I'm going to talk to Dr. Crossland and Mr. Gaskins about, is ensuring that we have avenues where students can not only express their thoughts and ideas and concerns, but that we have vehicles in place where they're giving feedback. Because I heard that loud and clear, that they do not feel that they have a place where their voices are heard. And sometimes, you know, it's like adults, they're heard, but the answer is not what you want, and then sometimes they're not heard. And we need to make sure that we have mechanisms in place for that to happen.
Thank you.
Okay, Clark Central. So unfortunately, the thing with Clark Central, they don't have the space that Cedar Shoals has. That's one great thing about Cedar Shoals High School. They got plenty of space where they can expand. Clark Central don't have that. Now to get to what Ms. Hull was talking about, baseball and softball. Those two should have the same thing. So we did a walkthrough today, myself, Mark Bailey, John Ward, Dr. Huff, Dr. Boza went through the space again. So the proposal coming from us will be with the female softball team. We will do the same upgrades that our men baseball team have. So by next, start of this season, in the fall, softball will have the same thing that our men's baseball team have. So we're gonna correct that inequity moving forward.
I have a question. I'm sorry, did I cut somebody off? The floor is yours.
I didn't understand the solution that you're putting forward again for.
Well, one of the comments that came up from softball, from our female softball players, that they didn't have place to put their equipment,
Right.
changing station and things of that nature, like baseball. So we're gonna upgrade that space to make that happen moving forward. And that space will be in place before the season starts in the fall.
So this is, even though we don't have the space, like, I kind of stopped listening a little bit when you say we don't have space to do any expansion at Clark Central, right?
They're landlocked. I mean, if we, think about it, they sit on a rock.
But we wouldn't build a separate building for them to have changing facilities,
Right,
right? So we would
right.
actually be modifying something that's already there?
Yes,
Is that what I'm hearing you say?
Yes, ma'am. We're gonna modify what's there
Okay,
to expand that space, and they'll have, whatever baseball got, our female softball team will have the same thing.
okay.
They will have that, again, starting this fall, when the season starts. As soon as school out, we're gonna start that project, or sooner, so they can have that.
And
Now,
this is gonna be modifications up on the softball field, way up on the Rock Springs side. Where is this, the field house for them? I'm just,
Well, there's not a field house for neither
Okay.
sports. There's not a field house for baseball.
okay.
Everybody, there's a dugout space,
Just a dugout.
right. Both of them got
They have-
dugout space.
When we did the upgrade for girls softball a few years back,
years ago.
then that was added, and that's what's right there on the corner of Rock Springs.
Rock Springs,
and-
yes. Yes.
We did, all of
And
that
for
were added.
softball, right, and restrooms, down in the concession stand. So, but we're gonna expand their dugout so they can have stuff to store their equipment, and a little bit of it sort of like a changing station for our female athletes. Again, the same thing that the baseball team have, they will have the same thing.
So they have restroom facilities
No.
there and everything?
There's restroom over by the concession stand, which was already there. Because what the boys baseball team do, they have to go to the gym to use the restroom. So they don't have restrooms down for the men, for the boys baseball. That's not present.
So when it was Athens High School, I could understand that. That was how many years ago? But, okay, so I'm still, I hear the solution
Okay.
or the recommendation. I'm just, I've got to think about the property again.
Okay. Well, again, we just expanded the dugout where the females are now. We're just going to expand that out 15 more feet. And it will add to what they need in order for them to be adequate along with the men's baseball.
Will it be equitable?
Yes. I think they're going to have the same thing at the men's baseball.
And they still gotta go somewhere else to go to the restroom.
Well, actually, the softball, female softball, because there's a concession stand, the restroom's already there.
Okay.
But the baseball team tends to go to the gymnasium to use the restroom.
So my question is, it's a very simple question, probably could be answered by you, Mr. Gilbreth. Have we put any type of policies or procedures in place to make sure that this doesn't happen again, that we're not waiting for the students to alert us as to the inequities? Is there something in your, I guess, management that would allow you to do walkthroughs consistently and to make sure that these things are addressed?
Well, what happened with baseball and softball is you had the booster club for the baseball outfitted and built their storage area because their dugout was larger. So the booster team did that. And again, so it's not like, the district built this space and built an inequity. It was the booster club. Really, that falls back on the principal and the athletic director and the coaches to not, develop these inequities. We do reviews and walkthroughs, but am I counting lockers and spaces and that kind of stuff? Because, 1 month, one season it could be used for this, another season it could be used for that. Now, when we did do the planning for the girls softball field, the areas of most concern were the concession stand and the press box. They were concerned about not having restrooms down there, so we added those. We expanded the press box area as well. So there was never any issue brought up about, well, we don't have enough storage space. We don't have, because theoretically they're supposed to change in the locker rooms in the old gym, in the basement, or in basement of the new gym, and they walk to the field. They just don't have a place to hang their bags and bats and all that stuff. Their storage area is not as big as the boys' baseball. So we're going to expand that to make it larger. We're going to put in some lockers where they can hang their bags and things like that. It's not going to be a air-conditioned locker room. This is a storage room for their equipment. That is what the boys have. They have a fluorescent light fixture, an exhaust fan, concrete floor, and homemade wood lockers that they hang their stuff in. Now, boys are probably a little bit more inclined to, change in there than say the girls are, but we're building comparable storage facilities for the girls softball team.
And I understand the lockers and all those types of things, but what was reported to us was there was flooding in the girls' storage area. It really wasn't conducive for them to put their equipment there at all. So even if we get beyond the tit for tat,
right,
making sure that it is actually a functional, usable space. Are we doing anything to make sure that we are properly managing our facility so we don't have to respond, that we can be proactive to make sure these things are in place? Have we changed that? Because we didn't have that before, so have we changed that?
Well, again, I would go back to all the schools are on probably a 5 to 10 year cycle from the major, improvements and things like that. So it would be something that we would work with plant services as they do their annual and semi-annual inspections to where we can kind of pick up on those things. And we rely on the principals and the athletic directors and coaches to, give us some feedback. Hey, we're having issues with this or problems. And that way we can look to, get into the long-term planning to address those issues.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So I heard you say that, a lot of this, when the Booster Club makes changes to things that maybe, and they're funding those things, we still, I think, have a fiduciary responsibility as well as a legal responsibility for Title IX compliance to ensure that we are compliant.
Yes, anything that happens at a school has to go through the principal. Ultimately, it goes through the principal. And the principal would turn it over to operations for review. Hey, we want to make these physical changes to our building. We want to paint a mural. We want to convert some storage rooms into something else, things like that. Mm-hmm. So anything has to go through the principals. It gets vetted by the operations team about code compliance, things like that. And obviously, when it involves sports, sports teams and things like that, we'll look at Title IX. Mm-hmm. So it's kind of hard to, catch something when you don't know about it and they're doing it, on their own without approval, that type of thing.
So that's my question, really. Do we have a policy whereby a booster club can make changes to school system property without us having that opportunity to vet that? That's the concern that I have, is that I don't think we will fail to do anything that we're supposed to do, because that's what we do for a living and that's our job.
Right.
But if we have a space out here that allows our affiliates and our community partners access to making those type of material changes to our facilities, where's your oversight so that we can then be held accountable by you telling us what's going on?
Yeah, I don't know of the specific policy if it says that, you know, you have to request permission for this, but I believe there is something in there as far as facility use or modifications
Right.
that does address alterations and things
So
like
they
that.
can't do it without it coming to us.
Right.
And so then we have responsibility for making sure, okay, I'm good.
Yeah.
I think I was a little bit confused at the Booster Club being able to fund something versus them being able to design something. They can set priorities, but the design, I would think that would still have to be approved by your
Yeah,
department.
I believe the alterations that were made were within the confines of the existing storage space. So unless you physically had a reason to go in there and look, you never would have known that it was done.
That's the loophole, right? So yeah, I can do anything on the inside of my house and I don't have to go get a building permit.
Right.
Huh.
Well, if it costs more than $2,500 in Athens, Clarke County, technically you're supposed to get a building permit, so.
How would I know that?
Just saying.
I'm gonna do like I say to my family. How would I know that, right?
But see, you'll get caught when you go to sell your house and then you find out that you have unpermitted work that was done on your house and then you gotta tear it out. So that's when they catch you, kind
Well,
of.
I'm glad
Yeah.
to know that, because I really didn't know about that. People are knocking on your door all the time. Let me fix it for you, yeah. Thank you very much.
I got one. I got one for you and then one for Dr. Thomas. So my question for y'all is, how much is that gonna cost, and then what pot of money is that coming out of? Because what I don't want to do is like come back in a few months and say, well, the reason why we can't do something with SPLOST 6 is because.
Yeah, it's nominal cost. You know, I mean, I don't know, $50,000, you know, that kind of thing, so. You know.
That's, I mean, to me, that's a lot. So what pot of money is that coming from?
Right, it'll be coming out of either district services or plant services, and potentially with additional revenue that we have from SPLOST, we can utilize some of that money to pay for it as well, so.
But y'all won't be taken away from any future projects?
No, nope.
Okay. And then my question for Dr. Thomas, so I know equity is a priority, and as it's been mentioned a few times, the Booster Club at Clark Central, and I'm just gonna speak specifically for baseball, because that one's close to me. The Booster Club at Clark Central, for example, has a lot more money than the Booster Club at Cedar Shoals. So what does the district do in regards to making sure that both schools have equitable opportunities, even though there's an outside contributor? So like maybe Clark Central has more doctor parents than Cedar Shoals.
That, I can't answer that because there's not a policy, honestly, and it's everywhere, right? So I'm not saying it's right, and I think as we start looking at diversity and equity and inclusion, that's something we're going to have to look at, but in reality, it's the same thing. So when I was a principal at J.J. Harris and I had 5 or 10 parents in PTO, and it was mostly T's in the PTO, versus you could go to one of my schools, I'll just look at one of my colleagues out there across town, and they could make $20,000 at a cakewalk. I mean, that's a reality, that's a reality. You have some schools that can make money because of location for certain activities. You know, some of that you can control because you're utilizing district facilities. But when you start talking about parents and donations, the one thing we can do, and we do, is when schools have needs, we do try to work with them and support in ways that we can from the district. But there, in all honesty, there's really no way to equalize, and it's been that way, unfortunately, forever, but you almost can't equalize what can happen at Barnett Shoals or Timothy versus what might happen at Gaines. But we can work with them to try to, but it's impossible, right? Unless you say you can't do it, or unless you come back and say, well, all the money has to go into one pot in the county, and then it has to be evenly distributed, and we know how that's gonna go. But that's an unfortunate reality.
So are there district services that say, a booster club could access to learn more about how to best, solicit funds to support a Clark County School District team?
No, probably not. I'm just being honest with you. You know what I mean? Like, there's not a class on, now, can we do that?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So if you want we can do anything that we say, this is a need and we can do it. Is it happening? I just have to be honest. No, there's not right now, like a PL to work with people, but is that something that we can work with Mr. Harris's team, Dr. Harris, I am so sorry, Dr. Harris and Dr. Watley on, or Dr. Harris and our new diversity and equity person? That is something, when we're looking at the scope of that work, that we can easily do. Is that something that currently exists? No. But that's a good time, having these conversations, because it is real, and I've been in that place of struggle and, trying to send kids to Sapelo, and how do you do that in other schools having access, and then how do we go and raise money to make sure that we're able to give our children that same opportunity. So we would go out and we would beat the bushes, and we would ask businesses, and we would ask churches, and we would ask individuals. So I know what you're talking about, and it is frustrating when you're that person. Or even look at ASPs. Some schools make a huge amount of money off of ASP, and they're able to use those funds to support, and then you have other schools who don't have an after-school program, or if they have one, it is barely able to pay the expenses. So there are many areas of inequities across our schools that we need to look at. How do we help support those? And that's something I've written it down. You're welcome.
And the last thing I want to cover is, I think you all will appreciate this. When we did the walkthrough up at the gymnasium area, they used to have a training room. They're going to take that training room and make it into a girls' locker room. The training room has moved to another space, so this summer we're going to go ahead and make it into a girls' locker room also.
How much space is that? That's exciting.
It's mainly going to be for the young ladies to usually go right into the weight room to do weight training. So it's not a huge space.
I'm feeling
But again,
better.
we want to get them more space when they go use the weight room though. So, because right now they don't have any space right now to go and use the weight room. So we're going to give them that space also.
And I think that was where this came from, but, so, yes, I would be interested in knowing exactly how much space we're going to end up there with, once that's done.
Okay.
That would be helpful.
So with all that said, and Meredith Padgett, she was with us, our Title IX coordinator.
Good.
We feel confident now that from an equity standpoint, our female athletes should be able to have access and have pretty much the same thing. Again, excluding football, have the same thing that our male athletes have over at Clark Central.
Just real quick, when you do the locker room, will that include access to changing, or
Yes,
can they change in those rooms?
They'll be
Do
able
you
to
feel like
change.
they have that privacy?
They will be able to privacy. We looked at all that, make sure they had privacy, and be able to change restroom, access and all that, yes. They have their own restroom.
Okay, and then my last question, are there any female coaches there who can sort of provide that feedback on what female athletes may need with regard to space?
I don't know how many female
That might be the
athletes.
voice that's missing.
I mean, female coaches they have at Clark Central Nursery Show.
There are. I can't tell you how many. I know, like at Central, there are female track coaches, there are female volleyball coaches, there are female basketball coaches, there used to be female. I'm not looking at you. I'm like trying to see the coaches in my, like up there in a pretend space in the sky. I'm like, who all do I know? There were female soccer coaches. I'm not sure now about the soccer program, but pretty much all of those sports have female coaches that work with them. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I wonder if that's the piece that's missing, perhaps not at Cedar Shoals, but maybe at Clark Central, is that female coach voice where they walk through these facilities and see the experiences that their female athletes are having, and then can maybe speak more from a leadership level about the disparities that exist.
Well, when I first got here several years ago, I was with the female coaches when we was going through, so they were the one who brought that to our attention. So yeah.
Okay. Wow.
So,
Well, we appreciate you all addressing those issues. Thank you so much.
thank you.
Could I also say thank you for my desk?
And
Thank you for my power and my charging station. This is exciting.
And I know Attorney Pruitt sent an email to you all regarding Title IX. Did you want to provide any additional clarity, Attorney Pruitt?
Thank you. So there's no Title IX football exception. But there's not a requirement that there be a female football team. So what there is a requirement of is that there be equal opportunities for participation in sports. Saying this is not working. You have to come up front.
Is yours working?
No, no.
You want me to start over?
There we go. Yes.
There's no Title IX football exception, but there's no requirement that there be a female football team, that every sport have both male and female. The requirement is that there be equal participation opportunities, which means ultimately there should be females and males participating in sports in proportion to their populations in the schools, which is roughly 50-50. Which also means that, according to the law, there should ultimately be equal square footages and equal quality of facilities, even though they may be spread across different sports for different genders. However, that's been a struggle with Title IX since it was passed over 45 years ago, because football is the elephant in the room. And there have been proposals both that there should be harder enforcement of Title IX to make that happen, and on the other side, proposals that Congress should enact a football exception. And we remain in that limbo as we have been for many years.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for all of those updates. We will move forward to item 8. These are our presentations and discussions for student achievement. Dr. Thomas and
Yes,
Mr.
and I'm
Gaston.
sorry, just one quick thing. Policy KG, I know there's been some discussion about that and facilities usage, and I had a wonderful meeting with Mr. Davis earlier this week, and we put our heads together and started doing some brainstorming. And when our new Chief of Operations begins at the end of March, that is the very first thing we have on that list to work on. And I'm going to be working, Coach Thomas is gone, but with our athletic directors at both high schools. I've already spoken to Dr. Ward, so we're going to have a meeting. I just wanted to wait until our new person began. And so we haven't forgotten that policy, and I think we did a lot of good legwork accidentally earlier in the week. So we have started some good work toward that end, but we will start officially doing that when our new Chief of Operations begins. And the athletic directors know that that's coming up. So.
What policy is that again?
KG, the use of our facilities usage.
Okay, yes, okay, thank you.
Just looking at how we support youth-serving organizations and organizations that serve majority students in Athens, Clarke County.
Excellent, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Thomas. Good evening, board members. So I'm excited to present to you our interim student achievement data as we update you all on strategic priority 1, student achievement, prepare every student for college and career success. The data that we will present tonight reflects our semester 1 data. That means that there is an opportunity to improve the data that you'll all see today. So this represents data that was collected in December or early January. So I have brought with me the executive directors of leadership development to help me present. So we have Dr. Jennifer Scott and Dr. Keena Worthy, who both support our elementary schools, and then we have Dr. Neil Crossland, who supports our secondary schools and programs. So just reminding you all of our 3 objectives that relate to our strategic priority 1. The first objective is increase the number of students who demonstrate progress as measured on student growth percentiles, also known as SGPs, on state and district ELA and mathematics assessments. This is primarily an elementary goal. Objective 1.2 is a middle school goal. At least 90% or more of our 8th grade students will be high school ready. And then our last objective is ensure all of our high school seniors graduate college and career ready. So we have 7 performance measures that we will review tonight that kind of track our progress towards those objectives and that ambitious goal. So the first slide represents our performance measures for elementary and middle school. So the first is percent of students in grades 6 through 8 who are performing proficient or distinguished on ELA and mathematics, district and state assessments. In parentheses, we have K through 8 because we will also share our proficiency data for our kindergarten through 8th grade students, although this is a 6th through 8th grade performance measure. The second performance measure is a percent of students in grades K through 5 experiencing 1 year or more academic growth on English language arts and mathematics assessments, as well as progress towards English language proficiency. This is an elementary goal, but we will share information K-8. And then the last is percent of middle school students taking high school courses. For high school, we will share with you all our on-track data for graduation. So the percent of 9th grade students earning 5 qualifying credits towards on-track graduation. The same with our 10th grade and 11th grade, and we will share our graduation, our senior graduation data as of December with all of you. Also, we will share percent of subgroup participation in advanced placement and dual enrollment classes, as well as how our students are doing on their end of pathway assessments. So I will turn it over to Dr. Scott, who will talk about our proficiency data.
Thank you. Are you good? So the R-Ready diagnostic is an adaptive assessment that adjusts its questions to suit each student's needs. So each item a student receives is based on their answer to the previous question. For example, a series of correct answers would result in slightly harder questions, while a series of incorrect answers will yield slightly easier ones. So the purpose of this is not to give students a score or a grade, but to determine how best to support their learning. The information provided in the diagnostic reports pinpoints each student's current levels of proficiency in relation to their current grade level placement. And this information is used by schools so that they are able to collect actionable data about student strengths and areas of growth, as well as provide targeted instruction to each student's needs and engage students by helping them set and attain rigorous goals, but then also collaborating around the meaningful data in order to plan for instruction. So the diagnostic is administered 3 times a year, in the fall, the mid-year, and then again in the spring to students K through 8 in the content areas of math and English language arts. So a comparison of these assessments really allows schools to be able to determine students' progress towards meeting their goals as well as reaching those growth targets. So as we're looking at this graph, the graph presented shows the performance of students in grades K through 8 in the area of reading, and it is comparing the fall and the winter diagnostic. The red indicates the percent of students who are currently performing 2 or more grade levels below their assigned grade level. The orange indicates students who are performing 1 grade level below. The lighter green indicates students who are currently on grade level, and the darker green indicates students who are currently performing above grade level. So as you can see, the percent of students performing on grade level or above combined has increased from fall to winter from 21.7% to 33.2%. An additional point of recognition is the decrease in the number of students who are performing 2 grade levels or more below. And that decreased from 44% to 36.3%. So this is significant because we want to see our students moving across those grade bands. And we want to see an increase in the number of students who are in those green bands because that indicates that they are currently performing on grade level. From fall to winter, we had 3,397 students who improved their performance band placement in reading. Yes, that is to be celebrated. Thank you. Yes. So as we look at the math, then we will see noticeable improvements in math performance as well. The percent of students performing on grade level or above combined increased from 13.3% to 25.6%. And the percent of students performing 2 grade levels or more below decreased from 45% to 33.7%, with a total of 3,142 students who improved their performance band placement from fall to winter administration of the diagnostic. That is to be celebrated. Thank you. And now I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Dr. Worthy.
And so aside from proficiency, we also look at growth of students. And so if you take a look here, I want to give you just a brief explanation of how growth is measured. Student growth measures kind of tell you how much a student has progressed and helps you determine if they're on track to meeting their growth goals. And so according to this assessment, growth is based or defined in 2 parts. We have typical growth and we have stretch growth. And so what we're looking for in typical growth, or both, actually in both of them, is that they're determined by the results on the diagnostic assessment, which is given at the beginning, as Dr. Scott mentioned. But both of these growth data pieces are also differentiated based on the content matter. It's based on the student's grade level and their placement band or category as a result of that diagnostic. The typical growth is the average growth of students at each grade and placement level, which allows you to see how a student is growing compared to average student growth in that same grade level. And then the stretch growth is the growth that's recommended to put students on target that are below grade level, to put them on target to a path to reaching their grade level proficiency. But it's also those students who are above proficiency already or at proficiency, that stretch growth will help them to advance past that point. So students who are further behind have a larger growth benchmark to help them catch up, and students who are already proficient have aspirational stretch growth benchmarks to advance to or maintain their above grade level proficiency. The slide that you're looking at now shows typical growth of students in grades K-8 that's based on the mid-year assessment in reading. So as you can see, 36% of the students have already met their typical growth goal for this year as of that assessment in December, and 20% are on track to meeting their target goal by the end of the school year. We do want to notice that we have 44% of students that are currently not on track, but if you keep in mind, these are students who may represent the ones that are performing far below grade level, and the goal for them is to get them as caught up as much as possible to see if they're going to reach their growth by the end of the target year. So I'll share the exact same data with you in math. If you take a look, we currently have typical growth. Students who've already met their growth data is 31%. 26% of those students are on track to meeting their target by the end of the year, and 43% are currently not on track. And now I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Dr. Crossland.
Could I ask one quick question? So when you say that there's the 44 and 43% that are not on track, is that a measure of now to May, to when the school year ends, they will still be not where they should be?
That is where they are currently based on what the diagnostic put them at the beginning of the year and what that goal was set for the end of the year. So they're not quite on track to meet that end of year goal.
Okay.
Does that answer the question?
And if I could add, so when they, and the great thing about this analysis is that we know now that these students are not on track, we can implement interventions to get them on track. So we know who all of the children are, we know what interventions they need to take, and as we talk about next steps, we'll talk about Tier 1 instruction, which all students receive, but we'll talk about Tier 2 and Tier 3 interventions, which specifically we need to make sure that we're targeting these students. So we would expect that some of these students that are not on track will move to either being on track or meeting their goal by the end of the year. But we want to help teachers say, you have students in your classroom that would benefit of more Tier 2, Tier 3 interventions, as well as the students that we identify for our summer school programming.
Quick question, and you may not have the data for this, I'm just curious. I know that we were really concerned about loss of learning during the pandemic and stuff. Has that factored into what you're seeing in terms of student achievement and the interventions that the teachers are able to help those students with?
I would say that we are happily surprised that our students are doing better than we predicted. And when we compare our students to how students are performing in the state and in our surrounding regions, we are actually having less learning loss at our elementary schools. There's more learning loss going on at our middle schools and at our high schools. So we feel good about what's going on in our elementary schools, but we still have some things we need to do at our secondary schools.
Is there anything that this board can do to support you?
We have, yes,
Okay.
yes.
You gonna get to that?
I'll get to that.
I got one before we go to the next. Okay, and this is specifically about the iReady mid-year proficiency in reading and the one for math. Okay, so I see that there's a decrease, and I just had a math one in front of me. But can we break down we need a statistician. Can we break down the data that says, so here are some of the things I'm most interested in. How many of the students move from red to green? And then we need to be able to break that down to see like where those students were, and then all the way down to how instruction was delivered so that we can remodel that so that students can continue to go from red to green. Do we have?
Yes, sorry, Keena. So yes, we do have that data. So we have individual student reports that we can share with parents that actually show how students have moved. We have reports that we can share with teachers so they can see the number of students that have moved from performance bands. We also have that data that we review. I will tell you that we look very closely at our teachers that are moving students. We are doing a social studies adoption, we're doing a phonics adoption, we are hiring instructional coaches and assistant principals. And when we select those people and interview those people, one of the components that we pull is this data, right? So when we're getting feedback, we want feedback from our most impactful teacher, not only to help us select resources, but we go and study their classrooms so we can replicate what's going on in their classrooms and other classrooms in that school and other classrooms in our district.
I'm looking forward to seeing that being put in practice.
Yeah, my question is a couple of things. One is, I know y'all, if y'all broken it down by class, I know you've broken it down by school. So we obviously have some schools that are way out of proportion. And I'm going to go ahead and jump the gun because I jumped the gun in your PowerPoint, which I appreciate having in terms of next steps. Given where we're at, you know, I just, and I'm not asking for really a response, except I think we're in a crisis, and the pandemic made the crisis worse. And I'm really hoping that the school district really, you know, spends spring. I mean, I know it. I don't know. I don't have the answers. I'm not an administrator and whatever. But somehow taking spring breaks, take summers, to really whatever it takes to work with these kids. I mean, we're making progress, but we've got such a large percentage that are not. And I just think that we're you know, I feel like the same way I feel like about what's happening in Ukraine. I mean, this is an emergency situation, and so I just throw that out there because I applaud with the progress, but I really bemoan, like everybody, like you, everybody bemoans the ones that are not making progress, and we've just got to get into a war footing, I think.
I would like to applaud already for getting us down to an individual student basis, to be able to look at a classroom, to be able to look at a school. This is a level of detail that I have been looking for since I've been on this board, and I think this product is fantastic in providing us the information that we need to make those decisions to move forward. And again, I think that the thing that I'm accustomed to seeing is 2 years behind or whatever. But I think the on track, not on track, that helps to explain it in a different way. And so sounds like we're changing measurements now, but I'm good with that. Because again, we almost had to do a reset as a result of the coronavirus and its impact on our children's learning in my perspective and as I understand it. So I'm really excited to see these numbers and the fact that you can take it down to an individual student's performance. That matters way a lot to me. So thank you.
Thank you. And so we'll just continue and talk about our middle school students that are taking high school courses. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Crossland.
Good evening.
Good evening.
One of the performance measures that we have is to increase the percentage of students that have 5 credits towards graduation once they get to the end of their 9th grade year. We looked at how do we address that? So how do we move forward with accomplishing that goal? Well, rather than waiting for the students to come in during 9th grade and intervening then, we actually start with the students in 8th grade and treat them as that cohort to give them that readiness, to give them that extra boost to move forward so that once they move into high school, once they get through those doors, then they have a leg up. We understand that 9th grade is that pivotal year, whereas it can make or break your college or career readiness. If you do really well, your trajectory will be good. If you have some difficulties, it will take a huge lift to get back in order, to get things back on track. So we're really focusing on what our middle school 8th grade students will be doing. And so along those lines, we're very happy to be able to say that moving forward into next year, this year's cohort moving into 9th grade, we will have potentially 828 additional students that will have at least 1 credit towards graduation. I paused a little bit so I can get that, thank you.
I'm sorry, can you say that again? I'm sorry.
Okay, so moving forward, potentially we'll have, through our students taking high school physical science, potentially we'll have 828 additional students that will have a credit towards graduation. And so again, that works towards our performance measure of, now we'll have, for those students, we would just have to have 4 or more to accomplish the goal for those students. And so we're really trying to delimit the at-risk indicators. These are indicators that show students that may potentially be dropouts, students that may not be successful in high school, students that might not be able to reap the full benefit that we have to offer here in Clark County schools and our high schools, both traditional and non-traditional, and in our programs. And so also, along the lines of those physical science students, we also offer high school algebra. And so there we have 85 students who more than likely will be enrolled in the physical science course, so potentially those students could have actually 2 credits moving forward. The same is true for our high school foreign language students, where we have currently 230 enrolled to get that credit towards graduation with a 90% passing rate. And also other high school courses such as ag science, music, technology, with 109 students who have currently a 98% passing rate. So we're very excited about this because as we move towards our strategic plan of college and career readiness, we're actually not waiting for them to get into high school to cross that corridor. We're starting with them in 8th grade, and that is very huge. But I do want to point out one caveat with this. So there is a safeguard for our students that are enrolled in the high school courses. So by chance, if they are not successful This has no impact on their transcript moving forward. This does not affect their hope eligibility. They actually get a second at-bat once they get into ninth grade, and statistically speaking, they will have a better chance of being successful during that second round of being able to take that coursework. And so again, we feel that we've built in some really good safeguards, some great supports for our ninth grade students, and understanding that that is the year that is very pivotal for those students, the transitions, just learning how to do high school. Being able to come into those doors with at least one credit, we think would be very huge, and we're accomplishing that now.
I'm just so thrilled. I just want to take a moment to say I'm just so excited about this because children live up to their expectations sometimes. So giving everybody the ability to accomplish that in the 8th grade, I think is outstanding. Wonderful job.
Thank you.
So my question is, what percentage are the 828 of the total middle school students?
So we started, actually, we had the audacious goal, and we started with all 8th grade students enrolling in physical science. And so our plan was to, if we have some students that are showing some at-risk indicators that may not be successful, then we'll actually roll them by the end of the first semester into the 8th grade science course. So they have gotten the pedagogy and the knowledge from the physical science, the high school physical science course, but then they're able to be successful still. So we did understand that, you know, there are some potential barriers, you know, that may be presented. And so again, as we made this shift, wanted to make sure we had as many safeguards as possible for the students.
So I think my real question is, and I didn't have time to look at it on the internet. What is our total 8th grade population in Clark County? Okay, thank you. He's going to look it up for us. Because this looks like it's about...
It's most of
a lot of questions. I do have, so what percentage of the 828 students are proficient in reading? Because you can't be successful in math or science if you cannot read.
Agreed, and those are definitely prerequisites to being successful in physical science. And so when we look at the 82% of the 828, that gets us to around 679 students that are demonstrating their proficiency. But I think a wondering of mine is to dig deeper into, you know, how proficient are they in reading, and how is that contributing to their success in the physical science course?
Okay, and then I do just want to say that 9th grade credit for science or math or Spanish, that's not anything new. We've been doing that. So I don't want us to get caught up thinking that we're doing something new. It's not new. I think I get in my feelings about it because I remember a while ago at another meeting, we were using a waiver to make sure that all teachers could be teaching high school science in 8th grade. But then I'm hearing you saying, well, we're going to kind of do that. Or not, you didn't say nothing about the teachers. But if we've waived credentials for teachers to be teaching high school science, why aren't we teaching high school science?
I'm not sure if I understand the question.
So if teachers don't have to be credentialed to teach high school science anymore, because we've opted to waive that requirement for our teachers, why are we saying, well, 9th grade science is an option?
Okay, so no, actually what we're trying to do is based on the strategic plan, based on the goals to get 5 or more credits moving forward, we're giving them an additional at-bat to have that. And understandably, it is not a new concept, but to make sure that we have that along with whatever safeguards we can, all things considered, with, you know, what we've been dealing with for the past 2 years to make sure that they are as successful as possible. So no, you're right. There's not, these are not things that are novel or new, but it is things that are aligned with our strategic plans moving forward to try to make sure that they are successful.
So it wasn't necessary for us to waive credentials of teachers then?
So 8th grade science and 9th grade science are both physical science. So what our challenge was, which Ms. Hull alluded to, is that some students were able to take physical science and some students were not afforded that opportunity. So what we said as a district, because 8th grade science is physical science and high school science is physical science, all of our students will take physical science. There's very little difference in the physical science that our 8th grade teachers teach and that is taught at the high school. In order for our students to receive credits, we have to offer a waiver to our teachers for high school science. And we offer waivers, and maybe Dr. Blankenship can speak better to this than me, is that part of our charter is that we can waive certification. So we're just not waiving certification for science. We waive certification in other areas because we don't have enough teachers to teach it. And so when we said we're gonna let every student take high school physical science, that meant we needed more teachers to be able to teach it. And so that's what we did.
But we don't have more students taking high school. We won't have more students taking high school.
Yes, this is more. So last year we had somewhere about 100 students over 4 schools, and this represents almost all of our students. So I'm looking for the information from for Ms. Davis, but there's probably 60 students right now that are not taking high school science over our 4 schools.
So that's great. You don't have to go any further than that, because I know that we have this huge drop of students, number of students in our schools from our high school to from middle school to high school. So we tend to lose a lot of students in there. So I wanted to know if this 828 divided by 4 schools is about how many kids we have in the 8th grade.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
That's awesome. Okay, I'm good.
Yes.
I had a couple of questions. So I think it's great, actually, because I know often when students get in 9th grade, we know, like, sort of psychologically they may have dropped out before then. And there's a huge transition that takes place when they get into high school, and it's easy to get lost. And so I do think it sort of seems like one credit, but that one credit, ideally we would build on that, like even with these other courses, so that students can begin to see themselves as a part of that high school community. I do recognize it's not it's not the end of the work, but I am excited to hear that. I just had a couple of follow-up questions, and I think this cuts across all of them. Do we know with the 20%, like the earlier data, and then some of the data you've shared to this point, how many of these students, so for instance, if we look at, let me see if it'll take me back to it, like the growth in reading, and that we've seen as measured by iReady, and the growth in math, those middle and high schoolers taking and passing the high school courses, we know that 828 is pretty high. But I'm very curious, how does this break down by race? How are our Black students, our students of color doing? Because that's a majority. I mean, everybody's important, but that is a majority of our students if we're looking at Hispanic students, African American students, multiracial students. So I'm very curious about what we're seeing so far based on what's been presented across those demographics, and maybe even our students that are served through special education even, how are they, where are they in this?
So there still is a very large achievement gap in our district. Our white students, our Asian students usually do far better than our other subgroups, African American, Hispanic students. We are seeing some growth in our special education population that is mostly at our elementary, with still challenges at our middle school and our high school. We have that data. It is, it's not difficult to share, so we can share any data report that you all would like for us to share. It's that it's a little messy, and we're trying to make sure that when we share data, that is clean data. But if that is a data request, and I think Mr. Davis said by school, we can provide all of that data to the board. It just may take a little while for us to make sure that we're providing the correct data.
Yeah. And let me be clear. I'm not requesting that. That's okay. A part of a collective board issue. But I do know we have our dashboards, right?
Yes.
And I don't know if the dashboards have iReady. I can't remember, but I know that just from looking at them, because we didn't have a lot of particularly like the milestones data and things like that.
Right.
But I'm just wondering if there's a way to use what we already have. I know that that's a time-intensive request, but if it's, I know discipline is there, and I know that there's some achievement data there. So will some of this be there for us to be able to?
Yes. And one of the things that we do, or one of the things that these three individuals do, is that when they meet with principals, in some schools, on the surface, they look like they're doing great, right? But when we drill down to their subgroup population or their special ed population, sometimes that data is worse than another school, right? If you just look at how are black boys doing or how are your special ed kids doing. So when we look at our school improvement plans, that is where we ask schools to focus, right? So a principal can say, well, my math scores are the highest in the district. Well, what about your African-American students as it relates to math? So then that's where we narrow our focus, and we ask schools to create their 90-day plans and actions around how do you target that population of students. And then there is an expectation, because we know from the data that a student, if they start here, if they achieve typical growth or they achieve stretch growth, this is where they should be at the end of the year. And the conversations that we have with principals, and also as a part of their evaluation, is that we're looking to see, are you meeting those targets based on that subgroup population that we've collectively asked you to focus on?
Yeah, because it seems like this would have direct implications, right? When you look at that data, it would have direct implications for things like professional development, like looking across schools and classes and determining what's needed, as well as resources. And I think that's the neat part about our dashboard. So once that's updated, we get to look at it by not just achievement, but also discipline data, right? To see, are there maybe any, like just other considerations? We don't know for sure, but are there other considerations that may be impacting, let's just say, the people that are on track, or these 100 students of concern and that type of thing?
Correct. Yep.
I do want to go back to what I was saying earlier. So my issue with the credential piece is the amount of rigor. And I wasn't at the meeting, I was at the GSBA meeting, so I couldn't voice it. But the teachers who go through all of the trainings to teach advanced or high school science put a lot more work into it so that students are continuously progressing through in advanced classes when they get into science, into high school. And so my concern is that same amount of training that they received to become a high school trained teacher in 8th grade, I don't think that is applied to teachers who, I'm sure all of them work hard, but they didn't receive that extra piece of training, so that rigor is not there so that students can continuously be successful through high school. And my greater concern is that colleges are not lowering their expectations because public school systems have. And if we're going to challenge students to take advanced classes or classes where they can receive credit in high school, then we need to maintain that a high level of rigor so that students are successful past high school.
So I would say that I agree with what you said about making sure that there is rigor. So some of our middle school teachers are already high school certified. They just have chosen to work as a middle school teacher. The other thing is that we have a coordinator of science. One of her growth goals is specifically to work with all of our 8th grade teachers around physical science. So she spends a large part of her time coaching those teachers around physical science. And then the other thing that we've done is that we've created a collaborative structure so our high school physical science teachers have a time to plan with our 8th grade physical science teachers. And this summer, because the physical science in high school is a semester course, and the physical science in 8th grade is a year-long course, those high school physical science teachers help those 8th grade teachers create the scope and sequence to make sure that just because there's more time doesn't mean there's less rigor. So you're right, I mean, they're not receiving the same type of training, and we acknowledge that, but we have created support and an expectation that they receive the training that they need so our students can take advantage of this. The other thing that is tied to physical science is there is an EOC, so we'll know if the rigor is there with our students, and we'll know by domain what domains are strong, what domains are weak, and then that can inform our professional learning for those teachers moving forward.
Yeah, that does raise a good question. My certification was 6th through 12th, but I know there is middle school certification. So how many of our middle school teachers have the 6-12 versus middle school certification?
I'm not sure. That would be something we have to look up.
Okay,
And get back to you.
I'm just wondering if that kind of addresses what you're saying, because some teachers could not teach. So we went through a special process to get them certified, even though their certification was 6th through 8th? Is that what we did?
We waived their certification.
Oh, we waived it,
Yes,
okay.
that's a part of the charter, our
Okay.
charter, that's something that
Okay.
we can do.
Okay, 'cause just so people know that there are two types of certifications in middle school, and my question is kind of hitting at the fringes, and I just lost my screen, but the number of folks who were in technology and music and ag science were relatively low. Is that because of transportation issues? Do they actually have to travel to the high schools? I'm just trying, and the reason I ask that is having taught ninth grade for more years than I survived it. But, you know, one thing that I always look for as an academic teacher is that hook, you know, that a student may not be interested in reading history, but they may be interested in something else and using that as a hook, like music, for instance. I just didn't know how, you know, it seems like a lot of kids would gravitate towards things that they really enjoy and would want to do it on a high school level, but maybe not.
So it is a recruitment strategy. They take these classes at their home school. We have started with physical science so we can explore and expand. We have an opportunity and access problem in our district, and that is a mindset that unless we provide the opportunities for our students, they will never know that this is something that they can do.
So
right?
The focus has been science, and so everything else was like icing on the cake. It was going after science. I got you.
Yes, and so we hope that these students that are, because they're afraid of the rigor, right? They're thinking, I'm an 8th grader taking a high school course, I'm gonna fail, I'm not gonna do well, and we don't believe that is true, right? And even in our summer bridge program, if we are preparing for summer, we as a district usually focus on remediation. Most of those 8th grade students that are going to summer school are going to high school, right? We're not retaining them, they're going to high school. And so our focus is going to be accelerating them in the summer. There is a, what's it called, personal fitness class that can be taught in the summer. And then those students that are usually unsuccessful, they already have a PE credit, right? So our strategy is if you need 5 credits, you already have 2 before you even step in school in August, right? And so Dr. Crossan and I met with Dr. Watley. We have a student who has no credits, right? The year is almost over. He has absolutely no credits. He has a 13 in a class, a 0 in a class, right? So if we put him in physical science, if we give him personal fitness, if we put him in foreign language, that's 3, right? He's that much closer to graduating. And so that is the strategy that we have to be more proactive about what we're doing as we serve kids, to give them that encouragement and that confidence so they feel like, I took physical science when I was 13 years old, right? So now I'm going to be more successful as I matriculate through our high schools.
Awesome.
We have a couple of more slides.
So I have one question, and you don't have to answer it right now, but you have said this before about 8th grade physical science and 9th grade physical science being so similar. Why are they so similar?
It's how the state rolls out our standards. Sometimes they spiral. So I was talking to our science coordinator the other day because 7th grade science is biology, And then when students are not, when they don't do well in 7th grade life science or biology, they don't do well when they take biology in high school. And then 6th grade science, you're testing me, Dr. Dykeman, is earth science, right? So they're very similar. The middle school courses are more introductory courses, and then they go deeper in high school, and they involve a little more math in high school.
So it just so happens that 8th and 9th are both.
Right. It would be better if it was biology than biology, but that's the way that the state has rolled it out.
I see.
Yes.
Okay. I have other questions, but I won't ask them here.
Okay. Thank you. God bless you.
And so we've had a lot of conversation around one of our performance measures, which was to increase the percentage of students having 5 or more credits towards graduation by the end of 9th grade. An additional performance measure is by the end of 10th grade to increase the percentage of students earning 11 or more credits towards graduation. And so what we have here in the former slide, we detailed our current steps for 8th grade students to diminish at-risk factors for high school students. This proactive approach sets the stage for increased success once these students become 9th graders. And so aligned to that measure, we've really looked at our 4 core courses. And so I mentioned before the at-risk indicators. And so when we look at 9th grade and now students beginning to matriculate into 10th grade, there are 4 core courses that are true indicators as to whether or not a student is demonstrating proficiency or could possibly be at risk. And so in looking at this, we look longitudinally from 2018 up until the present day. And so what you see on this graphic and what it details actually is the blue being the latter part, meaning 2018, moving forward to the present day. And we as a school district can proudly say that we've more than doubled proficiency in 3 out of the 4 core courses that are at-risk indicators for high school students. That was that pause again. Okay. And so, and we're definitely trending in the right direction, and we're very happy about that. To be able to say that in Algebra 1, going from 23% in 2018, doubling that amount, and doubling also in biology and in U.S. history speaks volumes for our teachers, our communities, our leaders of our schools as well. And so again, we think that we are definitely diminishing the at-risk indicators for our teachers, for our students moving forward. We wanted to dig a little bit deeper, though, in looking at 2 particular indicators. I mentioned there were 4 core courses, but we wanted to make it a little bit more granular, looking at Algebra 1 and biology. And so when we start seeing these success indicators and these wonderful trends, then we want to ask ourselves the question, why? Like, why are these things happening? And once we figure out why, let's replicate that best practice. And so what we found is looking at, for instance, coordinate algebra moving to Algebra 1 from 2018 to 2021, we have actually, and looking at the colors, the red signifies students that were not successful. The yellow are students that are emerging. Green says that they have mastered, met the standard, and the blue is exceeding the standard. And so, for instance, in Algebra 1, we've more than cut in half the number or the percentage of students that are not demonstrating proficiency, but also we've more than tripled the number or the percentage of students who are demonstrating proficiency in the area of algebra. And this is huge because, again, this is an at-risk indicator for 9th grade students as they are as they're matriculating. And we've seen similar trends in biology as well. And so we've decreased the number of students or percentage of students that are not demonstrating proficiency, but we are still increasing the percentage of students that are being proficient. And as we continue this same trend, we look forward to, the data at the end of the year, the summative data, and moving forward into next year to continue those same growth trends. We feel that we are definitely moving in the right direction. One caveat that is not illustrated here that I did want to emphasize with us is that looking back at 2018 and some years even prior to that, when we looked at the success criteria or the success data that would be the green and the blue, the bulk of that was contributed from one school when we look at our high schools. And we had part of that contributed from one of our other schools. And so Central would be, and then we would have some contributions from Cedar Shoals. What we found this year is that both schools equally contributed to this data. And that's something that we were very pleased about because equity undergirds all of our strategic plan priorities. And so being able to legitimately say that regardless of what side of, where you live, you have great schools to attend. And it doesn't matter, what region or what part of Athens you live in, you have a great school to look forward to. Thank you.
I got a question.
I hopefully have answers.
Okay, so, and it's always interesting when we look at data from year to year. So is this data collected from the same cohort of students, or is this a different cohort of students? And the reason why I'm asking, because the first thing that came to my mind was like a mom. So a new mom, first time she has a baby, she does everything like over the hill, and then she has a set of twins, and she like, and I'll change you when I get ready. So, and so from 18, 19, that cohort might not have, they didn't experience a pandemic, but the 21, they did, and so they were more apt to using technology more for learning, which is how we're doing school nowadays. So are these cohorts the same?
So these are whatever cohort of students that were taking that course at that particular time. So 2018, 2019 cohort, that was that group of students. And the current fall 2021, that's a different cohort of students, yes.
So are we tracking data, and I'm gonna keep on asking the same question. Are we tracking data by cohort? So the students in so it's 45.10% who weren't doing as great in coordinated algebra. When they moved on to the next math, was it the same 45.10% of students who were struggling in math?
Yeah, and that's where, yes, so to the simple, I guess, answer would be yes, but that is something that I'm glad you make that point because it's something that we need to dig a lot deeper into to really determine this student in this particular cohort, if this student was not successful, then what is the intervention or what is happening moving forward? And are we giving some opportunities for that student to continue to be successful? But I think within some processes that we have in place, MTSS, trying to ensure equitable and high-level Tier 1 instruction for students. And if students are not being successful, then what are the interventions that we're using for individual students to ensure that they are given opportunities to be successful? And so trying to exhaust all those means by which to allow students to be able to be successful, I think is very important as well. And I think it will also contribute to those particular cohorts of students. So if we have a student that is not successful, then how do we ensure that that student has an additional at-bat or is showing proficiency? Then that is deeply rooted in our processes and procedures around tracking our students and to make sure that we're looking at that data, but also that we're equipping our teachers and our leaders to be able to, implement interventions with full fidelity, and not that it's something that is just, maybe, word speak or something that's on paper, but something that is really translating from teacher action into student actions so that they're demonstrating proficiency. Yes?
So I think I hear your question, and I had that question years ago, and so at that time we were looking at third grade results and fifth grade results, and so the third grade results were for this year, right? And we don't see those kids' test scores again until the fifth grade results, right? And so that, then already is, I think, one of the solutions that we brought so that we could track individual performance of students so that we could answer those questions about what growth do we experience and how do you create the interventions. And so you're affirming to me, at least for me anyway, how valuable that tool is, because we definitely did not have a way of doing that several years ago. It didn't do the... It did the same exact thing. The district didn't? I didn't understand it that way then. It is my failure to understand it that way. But I thought that was the main reason for buying already.
So another piece that we look at is in the pathway assessment. So we're talking about college and career readiness. And so to exhaust all means by which to allow students opportunities to be able to be successful, maybe students be better equipped to be able to have some type of entry into the workforce, once they finish their senior year with high school. And so we wanted to present some numbers here that kind of show, who our students are based on the in the pathway assessment, and they will actually show, proficiency on that and be able to use that in the workforce immediately moving forward. And so this is a list of those courses that are eligible for students to take the end of pathway assessment. And it shows here that of all the courses, there are only 2 where we have not increased the number of students that are eligible for EOPA, and also it shows our pass rate. There are some opportunities, though, however, in certain areas such as ag science and health science to be able to make some gains and growth, also with advanced manufacturing. But we do have the foundations in place for students to be able to be exposed to these opportunities, to be able to participate in things such as work-based learning, or to be able to be successful going into the workforce once they finish and matriculate through high school.
Could I ask real quick? I just realized that even at the ACCA meetings, I'm not 100% clear on what the end of pathway assessment means. Does it mean that they get the certificate for this pathway, and that entails what?
And so that means that they do get the certificate for the pathway.
And it's added on to their diploma as like an additional thing?
It's like a certification. So if they are applying for a real life job, they would need to be certified. Like if they were going to be a EMT, if they were going to work in an industrial kitchen, they would, just like when we have like our bus drivers take their like driver's license test, these industries have that certification, and so we're testing that certification at the school.
Okay. So when I see the 17% in health science, I mean, it does give me pause, but what you're saying is that that doesn't mean that these students didn't do well in the courses or aren't going to graduate from high school. It just means that they did not get all of the certifications that would have given them that advantage.
That is correct. That's correct. And I think for me, the most important part of this data is that middle column is really the students that are taking the EOPA. The certification exam is difficult. And there are some of our courses that over time, teachers have always encouraged kids to take it, and some where they've not taken it, right? And so what we're learning from like ag science is where our students are not being successful. So then that helps our teachers revamp their course so that when other students take the course, they will be more successful. And then all of these students that have not passed have another opportunity to take it. So in order to be eligible for EOPA, you've taken 3 courses in the pathway. And once you've taken those 3 courses, you're eligible to sit for that EOPA. Yes, sir.
One of the things when I was at Clark Central in my last year that really hit home to me is that there were so many kids who were taking one pathway introduction, taking another pathway introduction, and then taking another pathway introduction. And I know that by state law, they can do that. What can we do to I mean, I don't want to nail a student to the floor if they're into something that they don't like, but are we doing all we can do to encourage students to not only select a pathway in, I guess, 8th grade, but actually pursue it?
That's a great question. So I'll say first that CTAE has expanded to 5th grade. So we're starting with 5th grade, and so from 5th grade all the way to 8th grade, it's exploratory, right? So it is the opportunity for students to explore all of these different pathways and then hopefully commit to a pathway in high school. In 8th grade, we do have a process where students select their pathway. A gap that we've had that we're working on with our counselors is sometimes those students don't get scheduled into that pathway. They get scheduled because we need them to have a schedule, but they don't get scheduled into something that they've selected. Also, moving to block scheduling has helped us because sometimes students will fail a course, and the reason that they don't continue in the pathway is because the priority has been for them to make up that course. But now with having more opportunities to take electives, we try to keep students on track to continue with your pathway. I will say from talking to counselors and talking to our CTAE director, Usually when students change pathways, it's not because they were disinterested, it's because we were trying to make their schedule. And that's just unacceptable for us, right? So we're trying to make sure that once you are in a pathway, that we do our due diligence to make sure that you finish that pathway and then take the EOPA. And there are just very few outliers when students are like, this is not for me, and we support that, and then we try to put them into another pathway.
Some of that data, some of them saw some of it, but everyone wasn't there, Dr. Crossan. So some of it was covered in our joint meeting with ACCA a little earlier, but everyone wasn't there for it. So.
Okay. And we spoke about one of our other performance measures is to increase the percentage of students who are taking advanced placement and dual enrollment courses. And so this graphic here speaks to some conversation points that we've had thus far just around the percentage of students in certain subgroups, you know, within that are taking advantage of that opportunity. You know, again, as we push forward, we want to make sure that we encourage and recruit and make sure that we give that opportunity to these students and to show that that opportunity is being presented equitably across all subgroups and be able to increase the percentage of students who are enrolled in those. Looking at the bottom row there, we're looking at the percentage of students enrolled in dual enrollment courses. You know, again, in tandem with our high schools and also our post-secondary partners and our career academy as well, we've been very strategic and intentional around what recruitment looks like. How do we make sure that students fully understand what the opportunities are? And then how can we as a school district make sure that we provide the proper conditions so that there are no barriers for them? You know, making sure that transportation is not an issue, or access to a professor, or the level of pedagogy that is required for them to be successful. And the same thing goes for our students that are enrolled in AP courses as well. Again, we see the inequities there, but we are working tirelessly to make sure that, again, that those classes are very equitable, that they are very diverse when we look at students that are taking the AP courses. Yes.
And it's just a data point that I noticed. When I look at the African-American students and I compare those numbers to the white students, it seems to be a shift in the African-American population being very heavy with dual enrollment, but not necessarily AP courses, and there being a flip. Do we know why that is?
No, actually, we've noticed the same data point, and through root cause analysis, we have not determined what is the root cause for that, but it is an area that we have determined and does need to be addressed. It could very well lie into, you know, what does recruitment look like? What does exposure look like around these courses? And we don't want it to be a thing where it becomes an access issue.
Okay.
You know, okay, so certain families or certain demographics having more access than others. And so to bridge that gap, we're working with our leaders to make sure that we are, you know, making people fully aware across all demographics, you know, of the opportunity.
Thank you.
I would also add that a lot of our African American students are enrolled in ACCA and their dual enrollment courses, and we have more white students and Hispanic students that might be enrolled in dual enrollment at UGA, at North Georgia, and some of the other participating colleges and universities. So we think both is great, but we do want to increase the number of students that actually leave our campus if they can have that access and go to some of the top tier, universities that we have in our backyard.
So we're working on trying to help them be able to do that?
Yes, so we have a couple of programs. I don't think I can speak intelligently to them tonight, but we do have a couple of things that we're working on to make sure that our students are having opportunity and access to leave our campus if they want to, and then making sure that they have the transportation and other needs that they need to take advantage of that.
Thank you.
Would part of that be testing prep?
Yes, that is such a good question, Dr. Aronson. I meant to mention that when we were talking about the math data. Mm-hmm. And so sometimes students will do poorly on the ELC, but they'll pass the class. And although they've passed the class, they've missed standards needed for the ACT and the SAT. And so in order to be enrolled in, for example, UGA, you have to have a certain SAT score. And so what we've worked on, or what we're working on with our principals, is how are we providing ACT and SAT prep within the school day, not after school, but within the school day, to help those students that want to be in dual enrollment or have post-secondary options or desires, that we remediate those standards that they were deficient in, although they don't need to retake the class. If they want to take the SAT or the ACT and go off to college or take advantage of dual enrollment, that we help them do that.
I have a question just about this, the advanced placement up there. That percentage where it says like the percentage of students enrolled in AP courses, so like Asian 3.2, African American, is that the percentage of like the total population of like African, or like, is that the percentage that they make up out of everyone, or within the racial breakdown? Like, is this 23.4% of the total African American student population, or is this?
It's the second one.
It's with,
It's,
okay.
It's the percentage within the people who are taking those courses.
Okay, okay.
Because I added them up.
Okay,
'Cause had the
I was
same
getting
question.
myself confused. Okay, okay, thank you.
Dr. Crossland sat down, so I guess it's me. All right, so the last thing that we will discuss is our students that are on track for graduation, like by December. So I don't want you to be alarmed by these numbers. There's a different, I think, concern that I have that I will share with you all. But we know that if graduation happened in December, that this would be the number of seniors, juniors, sophomores, and freshmen that would graduate based on their credit attainment. So the middle column shows students at risk or not graduating, meaning they're lacking credits. So we have a large portion, I need to look at my notes, of students that are seniors that are at risk that will graduate on time. So that projected graduation may increase by 8 to 12% by the end of the year, which is good for our graduation rate. But our concern as a district is the rigor that those students were provided so they could graduate on time. And so as we kind of talked through this whole presentation, we want to be more proactive around credit attainment, and I guess a little less reactive around credit deficiency. And so last year, because my iPad won't come on, I think our overall projected graduation rate was 79%. We think that that will be either the same or higher at the end of this year based on our 3 high schools, Cedar, Clark Central, and Classic City. And this would represent our 4-year graduation rate.
How many students came in with the 2022? So 9th grade, how many students came into any of our 4 high schools?
I would have to give you that information. And that's a great question. I think also in the information, if somebody's making a note for me, because as 9th graders?
Right, yes, yes.
So we need to know the number that came in at 9th graders, the numbers that have transferred to another school, because they're not counted as a dropout,
Right.
and the number of dropouts. I'm just saying that so I remember.
Yes.
Yes.
Because I think that'll help us be able to see, like us, the district, be able to see, like other areas that we may have a gap in retaining students.
Right. Yes. So just next steps. So we're going to continue the implementation of Tier 1 on-grade level instruction for all students. So we talk a lot about learning loss. What we did not want for our students is, because we were still in a pandemic or missed in-person instruction, that we did not want to lower our standards for students. So students missed some of 4th grade. We're not going to take students into 5th grade and spend a whole year on 4th grade standards. We're going to present them with on-grade level standards and provide them with appropriate scaffolding as needed. So we're going to provide appropriate Tier 2 and Tier 3 academic and behavior interventions for targeted students. So as Dr. Worthy mentioned, those students that are not on track, we're gonna make sure that we're using research-based instructional strategies so we can catch those students up. We're gonna continue our math resource coaching and support for teachers. We spent a lot of resources at our middle school, particularly with making sure that our middle school math teachers have, not only did we add a secondary math coach, but we have spent some additional professional learning money to make sure that those teachers are comfortable with implementing the resource. One of the things that I'm really excited about, even though I passed out and made Dr. Thomas pass out when I presented it to her, is that we are going to bring to the board a K-5 phonics program adoption. So through our work with our elementary schools, through our strategic support circles, our principals and our assistant principals and coaches and teachers said that we are making good growth at elementary school, but what would take us to the next level and have all of our kids reading on level by second grade is a really intensive phonics program. So we will be bringing that forward soon. We will continue to provide opportunities for middle school students to earn high school credit. So we're going to expand some of the courses that we're providing to those middle school students. We're going to recruit underrepresented students to advanced placement and dual enrollment courses, as we alluded to. The question, Ms. Gallagher, that you just asked is that we're going to continue to implement our graduation coach collaborative structures. So we have graduation coaches at our high schools, but they were kind of working in silos and they were kind of working harder, not smarter. So there's a member of Neil's team that meets with them regularly to talk about what are the strategies that we can use to identify at-risk students earlier rather than later and to help them graduate. Something that we're really, really excited about is that we are a recipient of a U.S. Department of Education grant called Graduation Ready Project. And that is being piloted at Cedar Shoals High School this year. So it is basically what Ms. Gallagher said. It identifies at-risk indicators of our students that will maybe impact them, their ability to graduate on time. And then it works with the principal and teachers, or particularly our ninth grade teachers, around what are some research-based strategies that we can implement as a school to remove barriers from those kids graduating on time. So Cedar Shoals will start this year, and Clark Central will be able to start the following year. Questions? Yes.
Yeah, you were, I think it was one of your last days as filling in for superintendent. We had that joint meeting with the county. And what I envisioned, which is easy to envision, but it's very hard to put it into practice. But the county was talking about $7.2 million, and what I envisioned is an intensive summer program that would be where we would take advantage of the county's money and have an academic, athletic, art, just have an intensive program geared towards the students that are 1 or 2 years behind. You know, because it takes a lot of resources, and you've really got to attract the kids to go into that type of summer program. What do you envision summer looking like in Clark County? Because it's not too early to ask that question.
So we are working on our summer school program now. I actually think that we have enough information to add it to the board update for tomorrow. Our summer programming will look similar for high school for those students that are credit deficient, but for our 8th graders, it will look different. So we will have, usually our 8th graders take summer school at their middle school. We want the 8th graders to take a summer bridge program that is more about acceleration than remediation at the high school. So we've identified those students. We're working on what that programming looks like. We're working on recruiting those teachers. We don't want our 8th grade students, and I don't think this is our intention, but I think this is how students feel, especially when we speak to them. I'm an 8th grader in summer school. I've done terrible at 8th grade, and I'm being, I might be retained, right? So they make it by the skin of their teeth, and then they get into 9th grade, and then they fail, right? So we want to kind of flip that and be more proactive and say, we're going to accelerate your learning, we're going to have fun activities, we're going to do things differently. And so when you start in August, you spent 16 days at your high school already, getting to know the actual teachers that will teach you, the actual curriculum that you'll have. So we're trying to be a little more proactive with our rising 9th graders than talking about credit deficiency. The other thing, as my vision, because I think summer school is great, but I think that we miss a lot of kids in summer school because some people just don't want to come to summer school. Something that we're working on that we want to present to Dr. Thomas is we know today who our at-risk 8th graders are, and we know who our at-risk 9th graders are. So we are trying to think about how do we create a program for at-risk 8th graders and 9th graders where we focus on them at the beginning of the year, or really focus on those 8th graders all year before they go to 9th grade, because the credit deficiency game is not working for us, right? Those kids graduate and they go nowhere. So how do we identify 8th graders before they get into high school to really provide them with support, wraparound services? Usually these students they exhibit some type of behavior, so really helping them manage their own behavior, having some student efficacy around knowing how to remove themselves from situations. So really that is our vision of how we help our high school, by really focusing on our 8th grade at-risk students for an entire year before they enter high school. And we're gonna do that with summer school, but I think the most appropriate place to do that is during the regular school year.
All right, well, I'm gonna move us forward, but this has been just very helpful information.
I got one quick one.
Yep, after this, we're gonna take about a 5-minute break, stretch break,
Okay.
After your question, Ms. Gallagher, and then we're gonna finish the rest of the agenda in less than an hour.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
this is dual enrollment data question. Are we collecting data on when students, whether it be at the Career Academy or at an off-campus college, are we tracking whether those students are making a C or better, so that they are more likely to succeed in college classes minus high school support?
Yes, yes. And particularly at the Career Academy, because we have an amazing staff there, if students are not on track to pass the class, they identify those kids very, very early. It is a little more difficult to intervene when they leave our campus, but we do have academic coaches and coaches, the counselors that support them. But the easy answer is yes. I think we can do more for those students that are at dual enrollment campuses off campus, but we are doing really good things for those students that are enrolled at ACCA.
And we got that data today as well on the A's and B's, and then those who aren't passing. It was in that presentation, and I can see if we can get that data shared.
Wonderful, and I misspoke. Let's take a 10-minute break. It's 8:50. We'll start back at 9, and we will be done by 10.
I was about to say, you didn't misspeak on that part, right? The hour part?
No, I
Okay.
didn't. We're gonna be done by 10.
Great job, man.
No, but I mean, yeah, it's a lot to talk. Okay, we're getting ready to get back started, so those of us that would like to join us.
Don't make it a question.
All right.
Come on back.
You're nice. All right, we are moving forward. We are over halfway done with our agenda. All right, so our next item, thank you so much for the updates on the student achievement. We'll move forward to our financial report.
Okay, so these financials, they are through January, so period 7, so 7/12 of the way through the fiscal year. Our revenues, overall, we received 74.4% of our budgeted revenues. We're up about a percentage point from where we were at this point last year. If you're tracking it monthly, down at the bottom left, there's that budget versus actual revenue graphic, and you can see what's in orange, what's actually been collected compared to the blue line of what we anticipated to be collected by month. We are exceeding for the time frame that we're in where we expected to be, mostly due to property taxes and strong TABT collections. So right now, 7/12 of the way through the fiscal year, I anticipate about $1 million more in revenue than we originally budgeted. For expenses, we have spent 49.8% of our budget compared to 45.7% spent this time last year. Once again, though, we are ahead of where we were last year. When you look at where we are compared to our monthly budget, we're almost down roughly $3 million. So you can kind of see that orange triangle at the bottom deviating from the blue line. You can't really see it unless you zoom in, but that difference is roughly $3 million. Our overall fund balance with the increased revenue and kind of behind the schedule in terms of expenditures, our cash, we are up 88.1 million compared to 77.8 million. Our fund balance is also up 47.2% last year compared to 51.1% this year. Our best projection, our best guess as of this point, we've got 7/12 of the fiscal year wrapped up with. Projecting out the remaining months, we've got, our actual budget right now is looking at a deficit of 6.9 million, but when you look at our less than anticipated expenditures and strong revenue, we're looking at decreasing by about $2.5 million instead of our anticipated and budgeted $6.9 million at this point. I've also attached the additional supplemental reports, the SB 68. And, Ms. Davis, you had talked about where in the financial reports the SPLOST revenues and expenses and encumbrances are. They're in that Senate Bill 68. It is a high-level summary, and if you kind of dive down into John Gilbreth's reports, they'll provide much more detail on where we are with SPLOST. Our board member travel, we spent $1,575 of our $18,000 budget. Our attorney's budget, we spent $47,242 of our $223,000 budget. And then also, we have our CARES and ARP budget dashboard, which has been updated through the same period, January 31st of 2022, and there's the link, and that link is also available directly from our website. Before I move on to our amended budget, does anybody have any questions about the financial reports?
The the, number 3, the attorney's fees for the attorney at 47,242, is that typical? Is that on track for where we were this time last year? Because it seems really low.
It does seem low, but also keep in mind that we no longer have committees.
Yeah.
And so I think the trajectory of not having committees, there's also translating into attorneys' fees savings.
That's scary. No, that's frightening. That's very frightening, but yeah. All right, we need to have a conversation about that. Okay.
Okay, moving on. The state's FY22 amended budget, just a reminder, it was passed on 2/11, and it includes a $2,000 $2,000 for full-time state-funded instructional staff. So these payments will actually be made probably in the next month or so. We are awaiting instructions from GDOE on which staff get $1,000, which staff get $2,000. I think I had pulled this, roughly 3 or 4 weeks ago from a newspaper article. Since then, there's been a little bit more concrete instructions on who, but we still don't have those instructions from GDOE saying specifically these job codes get 2,000, these job codes get 1,000.
Okay.
Also part of this amended budget, they are returning or refunding the austerity, and that's roughly $3 million for CCSD. We'll have to net that with the amount of the local 5 mil share, which was also reduced, so it will probably be in the $2.5 to $2.6 million range that will be refunded to us before the end of the fiscal year. So that does not actually come into play with the projection that I had shown you. If we flip back a few slides, this projection, through January 31st, I had said our fund balance right now with the information that we have as of January 31st, it looks like it's going to decrease by $2.5 million. With the amended budget and the refund of the austerity, at this point, we may just be right at net zero. And one thing to note, the $2,000 payments that are coming for teachers and instructional staff, that's going to be a permanent increase for teachers. So, the governor had initially done $3,000. This is the $2,000 to make that full $5,000 promise come to fruition. And then finally, moving on to our own budget process for the FY23 budget, we did send out that survey. We had, I think, over 50 responses. We surveyed TAB, LSGT, the Student Superintendent Advisory Board, so students even, principals, and board members. We have compiled the results. I've shared those with my fellow cabinet members, as well as all the open-ended questions too. I kind of separated those out by, finance versus HR versus instructionally related, and I've shared those with my cabinet members as well. Our operational budgets, we've met with all of the 40-plus cost centers and have a pretty strong grasp of where we are with our operational budgets. We have estimated revenues at this point. I've gone through the QBE calculations and feel pretty good about where we are in terms of our QBE. It's going to include $2,000 raises for teachers as well as a TRS rate increase. The big story is going to be our local property taxes. I talked to our the chief appraiser for the county last month. He had a really conservative estimate, and he said, you can count on at least the increase in reassessment growth that you had last year, which was about 7%. So we had started the budget process looking at about a 7% growth, but I had talked to surrounding counties and polled other CFOs, talked to Larry Hamill, previous CFO, now Forsyth County. Their growth was at 14%. Barrow County's growth was up to 18%. So I had called back the appraiser today and said, all right, let's level. I know that it's going to be more than 7%. And he said, okay, we're about halfway done going through the digest, and it's looking at about 12% for CCSD. So just keep that in mind as we're getting heavy into the budgeting season when we come back to you. just keep that in mind, whether or not we're going to recommend reducing the millage rate or keeping the millage rate the same. There is a lot of growth there. That 12% represents about an additional $11 million from this fiscal year's property tax collections, if we maintain 20 mills.
Can I just say something real quick?
Yes, sir.
That also speaks to the fact that this board has talked about, we haven't pursued it, but we have talked about stabilizing the property taxes for low-income folks who are trying to maintain their dwellings. And so I just throw that out there as another way of dealing with an increased market value, because that means low-income folks are paying more for the houses that they own.
Okay. Next year, we can also count on an increased indirect cost that is basically just a result of our ESSER funds. You know, CARES 1, CARES 2, CARES 3 is part of those grants. There's indirect costs that are related with operating those grants, which basically equates to general fund revenue. So that will be kind of like a one-time or, at this point, a 2-year revenue increase source. We've gone through the ramp process, and we're pretty solid with all of our positions. We finished up and wrapped up with the special education positions just yesterday, and now Selena and I are very heavily, neck deep in this compensation project and working with Ushka on some of the marching orders that you guys have given us, increasing the lowest paid salaries up to a certain dollar threshold, looking at making those $2,000 raises for teachers permanent, and looking at what we can do over and above those increases as well. So that wraps up my financial report, unless there's any questions.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry. You mentioned that you finished up the ramp process. Does that, to circle back to last month's discussion, what does that speak to the teacher positions in our schools? Are we going to lose teacher positions potentially? Or should we expect to potentially lose teacher positions in the schools? Or
what I'd emphasize is some schools are going to lose positions, some are going to gain positions. Overall, it is a rebalancing. So we want to make sure, based off of the student counts in each building, that we are providing equitable staffing, throughout the district. So we've got quite a bit of elementary schools where we have to develop a formula, and based off that formula, allocate our staffing pretty much equivalently throughout the district. In years past, we have kind of been able to deviate from that planning and not have to be so stringent or stringently held to that plan because we weren't tested on it. We were a Title I district-wide, all of our schools qualified for the Title I school-wide school designation. Next year, it's more than likely that at least 2 of our schools will fall off that designation, and as soon as that happens, GDOE is going to come in and say, hey, CCSD, let me see your ramp. Let me see how you allocated your positions, because they don't want you to allocate more general fund resources to more affluent schools and use the Title I dollars to pay for your staffing at the other schools. They want to make sure that you provide equitable general fund resources and staff to all schools before you layer on top the title funds. So in order to do that, we do have to be more stringent this year in implementing the ramp and making sure that our staffing models throughout the district are consistent.
Okay. So is that the scope of the ramp, is just the teachers? Or did we also have some activity around the, is it classified employees, non-classified? Which one is it?
It is for all the building level staff. So it's all the classified positions from administrative, anyone that holds a certificate, down to your classified staff as well, front desk staff, any kind of specialists, ISS, parapros, stuff of that nature. There's all an earnings formula, and I had shared the rubric, I think, in 2 Friday updates ago.
Right. Oh, I can only remember one Friday, but
Okay.
I'll go back and look again. Thank you.
The class size numbers will still stay lower than the state class size. I'm looking at you, significantly lower than, so in those areas where we may have to lose or gain based on the ramp, it doesn't push us still to that threshold of the state level, is that right?
Right, and part of the process that Selena has kind of gone back in and double-checked the work is if we are losing staff at some schools, we want to go in and make sure that we still have adequate staff or teacher-to-student ratios for the upcoming classes. So any schools that have lost staff, that we've gone in and made sure that those ratios are still adequate. And one thing that we have looked at and is crystal clear in this ramp process, what is earned at the school level in the QBE formulas, the ramp is more generous in every area than what is earned in the QBE formula. So we had stressed that to Tab even today, that we go over and above what's earned in the QBE formula, what is earned in terms of positions at the schools, and use local funding to help, I guess, sustain a higher level of staffing than GDOE would even recommend, not recommend, but what the earnings level is, that base level earnings.
And one other question, when you were going through, like here you have the QBE includes the $2,000 teacher salary increase. I noticed you had that in 2 different slides. Were those duplicates of the same, or is one of those this year and one next year?
So in the state's FY22 amended budget, they're going to distribute, I predict, probably in a one-time payment to us, an amount that is sufficient to pay all of our teachers, a $2,000 one-time payment. And all of our,
that's in FY22?
That is this year,
Okay.
probably in the next month to month and a half or so. Once we get additional information from GDOE, they'll probably even tell us when to pay it.
Okay, okay, and then
Yep.
the last slide was for 23 for next year to do the increase for everyone. Okay.
Yep, so QBE is gonna provide for that sustained $2,000 increase. And then we're also looking at what we can do over and above that just $2,000 increase, but what can we do over and above that $2,000
Okay,
increase?
okay, thank you.
Wait, I have, just to clarify, so the QBE $2,000 teacher salary increase will be something that is permanent,
Yes, ma'am.
not just a one-time payment?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And that's the one for FY23, and then there's a one-time payment for FY22.
Got it.
That'll come in the next month or so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll move forward to our next item, and these are our personnel recommendations. Dr. Thomas, any
No, ma'am.
additional information here or any follow-up questions from the board for the personnel board report, the contract list, which is item 2, or the job description?
We just did an explanation about the job description and the board update. The personnel report is our normal report. The contract list is for employment for the 22-23 school year. And that one did come a little late because it was being finalized, but we knew we had 2 weeks before it had to be voted on. So.
I have questions. So do we currently have a director of employee development, or is this a new position that's being created?
I'll allow Dr. Blankenship, I
Sure.
can speak to it, but I'll allow her to speak, and then I can do any clarifying
Sure.
if needed.
Good evening. So this is a position that would be new. We do have an employee currently doing this work, Mr. Penley, who is principal on special assignment in my division, is currently doing the work that is listed in this job description. And it has been a tremendous benefit to have someone doing this because we've not had someone attending specifically to these tasks. It has sort of been spread out across all of our team. And so having someone focus directly on this work, we believe is going to impact our employee retention, which is one of the recommendations that came out of the USHCA assessment that we had conducted back in the late summer shared with us.
So I don't want to speak for the entire board, but colleagues, for me, as I look at the org chart, and this position is already on the org chart, it will be extremely beneficial for me if I would have the job description for the Executive Director of Talent Management to be able to compare that to this new position, because it looks like a lot of overlap on the organizational chart. And as we hear about our problem with compensation for our teachers, for our instructional staff, just for the people that make our district run, I'm very leery about new positions, and so that will help me understand the need for a new district level position. And I say that to my colleagues because I know that we have to be on one accord to request such information, but that's helpful for me.
Yes, I agree, and if you, from the board update, this position is not being filled, but one of the things we attempted to explain in the update was that it would be helpful to have a description of what that work is as it's being done. And so I agree with you and understand about the overlap, but we are not filling that position this year, but needing to have some clarity around what the work expectations are.
And I'm
But-
happy, I'm
So
sorry.
we can get that to you. No, go ahead. We can
Yeah.
get that to you.
I'll be happy to include that in the board update this Friday with a little more clarity around how those roles work together and one is supporting the other.
All right. Any additional questions before we leave there?
Yeah, I just want to be on the front end of this one this time. And so if we approve the job description, it's not going to be filled until some subsequent time. Is that right? And, no,
Right, yes, ma'am. So we are not,
he's doing it as.
we're
on
not
a special
posting the
assignment.
job this school year. Is that correct? This job is not being posted this school year, but it does give definition to the roles that are being done.
And so it seems to me that, and I just want to be clear about this, so when the board approves a description of a job, are we then by whatever acclamation or whatever, giving permission for that job to be filled at some point in the future?
And I know where that's coming from because we had this conversation before. So there was some jobs that were descriptions that were approved, but you didn't realize when those jobs were posted. I remember that conversation that then we moved forward with the posting. I think that was around community schools, and that was one that had funding there. But I can look, she's coming back up, so I'll let her speak.
So when we know better, we do better. And what I'm committing to you is, as the Chief Human Resources Officer, we're not going to, anytime we approve new job descriptions here going forward, we're not going to post those positions until we have informed you that we would like to post those positions and that we're all in agreement that that's a position that we need to fill.
Thank you.
I have a question. Did I hear correctly that someone is working in this position now? Okay, what is their title? Well, what is their title if it's not this position? I guess I'm a little confused with that.
Principal on special assignment.
This is a work session, so I'm trying to get out of here at 10 o'clock, but to have this discussion, it will be helpful if I could understand the necessity for this position, if the duties are being done sufficiently across many different positions. I just don't understand why we would create a position to why are we fixing something that doesn't seem to be broken?
It was broken. So the duties were not being done sufficiently because we didn't have enough personnel to devote the time needed to do them sufficiently. That was something that came out of that assessment that we had done. Many of the recommendations were both around recruitment and beefing up and having a much more intensive focus on recruitment, as well as how we develop and retain our employees. And so previously we had one person overseeing all of that work, and then pieces of that work were distributed amongst our team. And it just was not very effective that way. And so when we have the opportunity to have Mr. Penley come on board and work with us, and he has a skill set around induction and a passion for that work, then we said, okay, this is our opportunity to pull those pieces together and have someone focused directly on employee development. And then that allows our executive director for talent management to oversee that work, but focus primarily on the recruitment piece and get our recruitment bolstered so that we can, meet our objectives there.
So forgive my tunnel vision, but I just want to let you know where I am, so when you all do provide the update, it's beneficial. From what I've heard from teachers and just from the community, it seems like the biggest piece for retention and recruitment would be salary increases. And so it's just very hard for me to wrap my head around hiring another district level position when we aren't making sure that they have the salaries that they need to attract the best teachers for our district and to keep them here. And so it's just, I can't figure out how that works. And so that would be very beneficial for me with any information you can provide, because I'm not seeing how that works.
Sure. So we're working on that piece as well. And I think last week I shared the exit survey data. And so what you see there is some of that. But also what we know is if we don't work to develop our teachers within the first 3 years and help them to develop their skills and become effective teachers, then they are not going to have the confidence and the self-efficacy to continue on in the profession, or they are not going to be the level of teacher that we need them to be for our students. And so that's what that employee development work is centered around primarily, as well as developing the pipelines, so supporting para-to-teacher pipeline, supporting our field experiences, and our alternative certification teachers that are working for alternative certification.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Davis, I want to help Dr. Gant. Fortunately, we do have 2 weeks before this one is voted on, and so I would welcome conversation. One, Dr. Blankenship can send a summary of this again in writing, but I would also welcome the opportunity for us, if anyone, not as a group, but as individuals, to ask those questions so that she can talk to you individually or in groups of 2 or groups of 3. But that was one of the advantages of us having a 2-week time lapse between, so that we can have that conversation. And
That's good.
Can I?
yes.
I mean, I do
15
appreciate.
seconds. Okay, go.
Okay, I do appreciate you saying that, Dr. Thomas, and I know we have to speed on, but to me, it's not an individual question. It's like a philosophical approach with me, because I'm where Nicole is. It's not this position. And that's why I've asked for a total of how many new positions have been created in the last couple of years, because I know, and I hate to be so, anal, I guess, but when I was teaching school, doing the newspaper after school, and doing debate team, and then doing lunchroom duty, I guess I could have done those jobs better had I focused just on one. But there's all kinds of people wear a lot of different hats. And I think because we have the resources, the idea is we just want to specialize, and it's like something I told Dr. Blankenship earlier, and I'm not saying it's with this position per se, but every time, not every time, but often when we add a new position to the central office, it's someone else that the principal and the school leadership has to contend with. And it's my same philosophy with you and the board. I think you need 7 board members and not 9. Because I think there's just, the bigger you get, the more specialized people get, and it's not just keeping our teachers. We have been debating whether or not we can pay living wages to our classified staff. Yeah. And it's like it's been a debate for months. I mean, and I appreciate our CFO trying to figure, can we do that? But it's like, what? So I'm really frustrated, but it's not an individual question about the position. It's the whole direction of the district
And the priorities.
and our approach, but.
Okay. So I'm going to encourage us definitely, thank you for that reminder. If you have specific questions about this particular position, or really anything that we've talked about so far, I'm going to strongly encourage you to follow up in that individual meeting with Dr. Thomas, particularly if you have not done that yet. But then also if you have, and you have some follow-up questions, I'm going to recommend that you do that as well over the next couple of weeks. We're going to move forward with the consent agenda. And if you would just let us know if we need to pull an item from the consent agenda. So the first item is the February 3rd work session minutes.
Consent.
Oops. Okay, and the February 10th board meeting minutes.
Consent.
Consent.
The approval of field trips.
Consent.
Consent.
Okay, and then lastly, the approval of the early Head Start expansion and classroom materials and instructional furnishings purchase.
Consent.
Okay, all right.
Can I have a question? quickly? Does the purchase of this actually signal a milestone toward meeting our objective of moving into the new facility? I would like to pull that from consent and let that be something that we actually publicly vote on so that the community will be aware of us reaching another milestone.
Okay, so there was a question in that, and then also pulling it from consent. Can you restate your question, and Dr. Thomas, if there's an answer, we can.
The answer is yes, it is a milestone, is what I heard.
Oh, okay.
I looked at Karen and she
Oh,
said
okay.
it was.
Karen said it is, okay. Can you use the microphone? I'm sorry, but people who are accessing the meeting just can't always hear if we're not in the microphone.
That's excellent, thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry. You couldn't hear?
What Ms. Higginbotham said was that we are purchasing the furnishings so that we can move into the new facility, albeit a temporary new facility, but this does signal, according to what Ms. Davis said, the beginning of something great and new, because we will now have the equipment and furnishings needed to furnish our new home on Gaines for our Office of Early Learning classrooms. So you got to speak up.
The mic
Turn on the
isn't
mic
on.
and speak up.
I would respectfully request that we leave it on consent so that we can move forward with the purchasing procedures, but to note it as when you pass consent, to perhaps announce at that time or make it noted.
I don't know if that works, but okay. It is my understanding that consent is consent, and we don't talk about it, it's done.
But if we need to purchase the equipment next week, beginning the process, then,
But we don't vote on it for 2 weeks.
I mean, well, do we need to vote now?
To ratify.
Well, so one reason it's on consent is so we can figure out if there are any follow-up questions.
Okay.
If it remains on consent, that means that we should not be in the board meeting 2 weeks from now having the same conversation. So if there are specific questions that are remaining, I would think that, or further conversation, then that would mean that we would pull it off of consent. What I hear you saying, Ms. Davis, is that you would prefer us pull it off of consent, which is within our right to do. And I am going to also encourage us that when we get into the meeting necessarily to have those questions already answered. I know we still have the freedom of discussing it, but if there are specific questions that can be answered now, this would be the time.
And so I heard a different question, and that was that somehow having it on consent would expedite the process. Is that right? And so we have in the past, you guys have made purchases and then made us aware of that after the fact. That's something that the administration needs to address, but yeah.
Yeah, that's my question. I want to know if we need to order it next week to have it here on time.
Right, because you're looking at me, and I didn't know we ordered if it wasn't voted on yet, if it was on consent that we move forward with ordering, so I'm not going to answer that. I will allow Byron to answer that.
It's ratification.
Unless I'm mistaken, I don't think it makes a difference whether it's on consent or not on consent. We still, under our policy, wouldn't have the authority to purchase it before it's approved unless it's an emergency purchase deemed by the superintendent and communicated to you accordingly.
That's what I was going to ask next. If it's an emergency purchase, we can make the purchase and then still get it approved, but we do not make purchases just based on something being on consent. Purchases are made once items are voted on. Is that correct?
That's my understanding,
Okay.
yes.
If it is the board's wish that we treat it like an emergency purchase, because I think I'm hearing a couple of things, and I'm sorry, Dr. Gann, I don't want this prolonged either. Is the issue that there are questions, or is the issue, Ms. Davis, that you wanted to vote on it separately for recognition?
Separately, that's all I wanted,
Just for acknowledging the fact
for
that.
acknowledgement and recognition.
Okay. All right, so we'll pull that from consent, and then Dr. Thomas, I think it's within your role or purview to determine if it requires an emergency purchase before we get back and then notify the board of that.
I do have a.
Yes, Ms. Gallagher.
So I read through the document and it says that the first shipment must be received and placed in classrooms by April 7, 2022. So are we gonna is everything gonna get here? We in March and our meeting's on the 17th. Is the shipment gonna get here before April 7th, 2022?
Well, I don't think we have necessarily any control of that, but I think that would go back to your discretion
Right, so
to
what I would like to
determine-
do is speak to Mr. Gaskins, and he can speak to Ms. Higginbotham, and we need to determine what the time frame is for delivery, and if this is something that constitutes an emergency purchase, we will make the purchase so that we can have kids with furniture in the classrooms. And then clearly from you all, I assume I know you well enough to know that you want the kids to have furniture. And then we can do the vote.
Is it easier to do that than vote right now?
I don't know that that's easier, but I'm okay with suspension of the rules. I mean, the floor is open. It takes what, is it 2/3, Mike, to, Mr. Pruitt?
That's right,
Okay.
2/3.
Okay.
So
I
the floor
move
is
that
open
that we push forward with the purchase of the classroom materials and instructional I guess we have to amend the rules.
I think you have to suspend
Okay,
vote to,
I move that we suspend the rules on this purchase, and don't laugh, Dr.
You want,
Mumby.
you want to do that before they come back with the information?
all right, we have a motion to suspend the rules for the early Head Start, the approval of the early Head Start expansion. Is there a second? Second. Okay, a second by Dr. Anderson. Any further discussion?
Is it necessary?
I don't think it's necessary. I think we could go either way. I think what we've said, we could pull it or keep it.
I'm just accustomed to the superintendent bringing to us that need for urgency. And so if we're going to do something different, I just want to understand that.
I'm sure there's a need for urgency considering how things are with getting anything ordered right now in the state of the country and war in Russia and
Yep.
how we were before with the pandemic and you can't get cars from Florida here and it takes 3 weeks to get mail. I'm pretty sure that any extending the order by 2 weeks is going to put us in jeopardy of not having furniture, just like anything else that any of us order right now. So I think the longer you wait, it's gonna push us out 2 weeks. And so going through the process of doing a purchase order, getting it ordered, getting it reconciled and back in is going to be, I'm sure, problematic. We can do it. However, I can say it's an emergency. I'm sure based on time frame and ordering, the sooner we can get it ordered, the greater the likelihood that we have it in place when the children arrive.
Well, we've got a
Okay.
resolution, we've got an amendment on the floor. I mean,
Yep, we do. Thank you for pointing that out to Ms. Gallagher and Dr. Thomas for that elaboration. All in favor of suspending the rules to take action on this number 4? If you would, raise your hands and say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, the same signs? And any abstaining? Okay. All right. The floor is open for a motion to approve the early Head Start expansion.
I so move.
Second?
Okay, Mr. Davis made the motion. Dr. Maddox made the second. Any follow-up questions or comments at this time? All right, all in favor of approving the Head Start expansion, classroom materials, and instructional furnishings purchase, if you would, raise your hands and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? And any abstaining? Okay,
So this won't be on the agenda.
that's
the
right.
regular
That will
meeting
be
is done.
gone. So we only have
Thank you.
3. Yeah,
And
that's right.
we won't get to have that celebration. So that's-
Okay. We'll move forward to future business. I'm going to ask us to sort of maybe keep this under 1 or 2 minutes, like per person, if there is any future business that you want the board to be considering as far as like a future agenda item, or you want the board to be able to address. We'll start this way.
The disparity study, I really want us to talk about that.
I would like the board to consider and maybe even get some direction from Dr. Thomas to see whether or not we need to develop a policy around how facilities are reevaluated. There does not seem to be nothing codified. It's just kind of up to the principal, and I would like to see whether or not the board needs a policy to put in place for that.
Okay. Any other areas? I'm sorry, did I miss someone? Kara, Dr. Anderson?
I would like us to continue the discussion that we had with the joint meeting with Athens Clark County, or at least earmark a space where we can have that discussion about what the district's plans are.
And if I'm not mistaken, Dr. Thomas, I think you are you in ACC or Mayor Gertz at some point meeting to?
We have been meeting and we're continuing to meet. And
Okay.
I think he met with Dr. Harris, I'm gonna get it right eventually, in my absence. And so I will follow up with Mayor Gertz as well, yes.
Not to interrupt, but I know in the mayor and commission meeting this week, they did, approve youth services, and they're looking to do something similar to what we're doing in terms of working with community organizations to submit RFPs. So just, in terms of direction of where that's headed, just to let you know.
And we are working with them, if I'm correct, Dr. Harris, in terms of sharing how we support those organizations, looking at training that we can kind of do in-kind work with their groups on child abuse, neglect, trauma, how we can utilize our staff to support them. So we'll also be doing that work with them around that, and then planning some of those, how we help people with grants, so doing that in collaboration with the government so that we're not duplicating services. And I know, I will say this as quickly as possible, there was some concern about how our CARES funds and ARPA funds have been budgeted in that conversation. And just to quickly clarify, because of us being a school entity, we have to budget out all of those funds by a set date. We budget those funds, but then we can go back weekly or daily and do amendments as new projects come up. But they require you to say you have $200 million, how are you going to use it? So you just have to say something almost generic, and then as specific initiatives, projects, ideas come up, we just go back and submit amendments. I sign off on amendments regularly as specific projects come up, but they don't allow us to just say, here's $200 million in your checking account. As you come up with projects, determine how you want to use them. The state won't allow schools to do that, as they allow some government entities. So we have to budget out and have a quote-unquote plan for those funds, and then they are very flexible, and you modifying those plans at any point as then you identify needs. So just so people know, I just want to be clear that it wasn't like, oh, we just budgeted out the money without getting input. We just had to do a budget, and then as ideas from the board, the community, students, families come up, we just go back and amend that budget and capture that new interest.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Davis?
The thing that I would like for us to add to our agenda is my concern for the safety of our employees. We've had some very difficult situations in a couple of our schools, and it is my understanding from things that I've read that some of our employees have been living under a pretty tenuous situation where they have had their lives threatened, they have been harassed, and we have not discussed that as a board. This is something we really need to address so that our employees know that we are supporting them, and we can actually formulate policy if necessary to make sure that we are paying proper attention. I'm not suggesting that other things aren't happening. I'm simply saying that we really need to talk about how to be more supportive of our employees when they come under attack, doing the work that they are hired to do.
Okay.
Could I ask, Ms. Davis, do you mind sending the board an email with perhaps some more information about this? Because this is the first time I'm hearing about it at all. So it'd be nice to get some context.
I will do that, certainly.
Okay. Thank you. Any, Ms. Gallagher, Mr. Davis, Ms. Gallagher?
Yeah. So is this for a work session?
Yeah,
Okay.
so what'll happen is that if there's consensus around these things, first we'll go and look at the schedule. So everyone has been sent an updated schedule of our work session topics. So we'll see where these fit. And then if they have not been added to that during our planning meeting, if there's consensus across the board that these are areas, then we'll figure out where they may fit. We'll talk about that, in collaboration with Dr. Thomas and her.
Okay, so participatory budgeting, where students are engaged in the budgeting process, like at the school level. The organizations that we serve as the fiscal agent for or a strong partner for, have them come do presentations on how they're impacting student achievement.
What was that again, that second one, Ms. Gallagher?
The organizations that are, I guess, our partners in education, or the ones that we serve the fiscal agent for.
Okay.
And just having them come do presentations on how they're impacting student achievement. And I had one more, but I forgot.
I think two is enough.
Organizations that we serve as fiscal agents.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Right.
Yeah, I would, and it's ironic that Dr. Blankenship's proposal for this job description sparked it, because I think their department has done the audit that I'm kind of talking about, but and I think they did a great job. But I think we need an organizational audit for the for the entire central office staff. I'm just, and I don't want to pick on any department or anything, but I feel like we're making these good positions, and I'm not saying they're not necessary, but I don't think there's any stop.
If we could put an
So
asterisk by that.
And that's out of Linda's playbook, I think. I think she would say that. Organizational audit, would you say that?
And so your recommendation, Mr. Davis, is that we talk about this on the agenda. You're not saying that this is what you want the superintendent to do, because that, of course, would be the
No,
superintendent's
this is
work.
something where we would get an outside audit to look how we are organizing the central office.
Okay. And you want that to be a topic, am I understanding?
topic.
Okay.
And I want you to put a star by it, because I agree.
What was that?
Please put a star by it or circle it. I agree with that.
Okay.
I support that.
Okay, so you all have heard most of the things. Is there a general consensus? And this is stuff, like I said, we'll talk about in those agenda planning meetings, and just try to keep up with when they're added, and then first looking again at our schedule, because some of these may already be included. The only thing I'll add, and I had spoken, I would have sent out something a little bit earlier, but Dr. Thomas and I had to move our one-on-one, but I have shared with her my hope that policy, at some point we could take another look. I've been thinking about climate and culture, and I know that was one of our strategic updates. We were also sent the exit data, and I do know based on the board update that there may be some changes, in how that data is collected. And then we've just had some community situations, I think we're all aware, at, different schools. And so I've been, just thinking through the board's role as it relates to policy with the low-hanging fruit. And so I did mention, just going back and looking at the recess policy. We talked about this maybe 3 years ago, and it was almost a bill or a law, like as far as like the amount of minimum recess. And I know this is something fully within Dr. Thomas's role, but I've just sort of been thinking through also, how do we begin to impact like climate and culture, the development of students, and then also the policy around leave. Like, when we saw with that exit data survey, that I think it was it 10%, Dr. Thomas or Dr. Blankenship? It was I think it was 10% of people that were deciding to leave due to like leadership. And so I know it wasn't a whole lot of people that completed the survey, but there was I think a significant percentage that had to do with climate and culture. And so where I see our role is, as far as a board, is just, asking questions about, are there any policies that are sort of low-hanging fruit that directly impact the culture and climate of schools? And so we did have a conversation about that earlier today, but I wanted to bring it forth because, it would take a consensus that is something that we would want to, the district or Dr. Thomas to take a look at, like those policies impacting children that are like just low-hanging fruit and climate and culture. Was it 20%? Yeah, and that's, that's pretty high, And so like thinking through what are some of those like concrete things within our legal parameters that we can do, to attract, and keep teachers. I think right now we have like sick leave, they get maybe 7 days, and then personal leave is 3 days if you're between 1 and 3 years. No, not.
I believe it's that they earn 1.25 sick days every month that they work. Of that, 3 can be used for personal reasons. So the 3 are not in addition to the sick leave, but it's part of it.
They're a part of it. Mm-hmm. And so just looking at different things that we feel would help with climate and culture, but that would be the only thing I would add to the recommendations for future conversations around policy.
I don't know how much of that is policy. Okay.
Yeah. So that'll, I think, keep us busy for at least the next 6 months. We'll move to this item, the new item 13, which is discussion of the timeline for the superintendent. Am I wording that right? I forgot what yeah, okay. So I'm going to try to guide us a little bit so we'll have something to respond to. We do have a timeline. We have the RFPs that have been returned back to us, and they are 2. And we have the goal of hiring a superintendent. And that's where we are. And so we need to, at least come to some conclusions about what's next, what our next immediate step is. Okay. And I think Ms. Palmer shared the RFPs earlier, the ones that had been turned in. We have the timeline as well that was shared with us. So, next steps.
I just have a question. Do we have to use either of these? Do we have to pick these, or can we just say we don't want either of these?
I think we can. I do think, if I'm not mistaken, I did try to catch up on the emails, but I think we would have to just take action on rejecting all of those.
Wow. So can we?
Well, not all of those, reject the 2.
We don't have to. So we don't vote tonight.
When are we gonna have a discussion about these?
That is now.
That's now? Okay.
Yeah. Okay, well.
And we could,
Can we reject them?
we
That's my
could
question.
vote, if we felt we needed to take action tonight, we could.
Okay, so can we reject them and then come up with an action plan and then go on?
Oh, gosh.
I think we could. Mr. Pruitt?
Yes, once the proposals are submitted, normally staff and administration would evaluate them, give you a ranking and recommendation, and then it would be up to you to choose one of them or reject both and restart the process or do something different.
Could I ask for just a quick question before we do have the conversation about whether or not we're going to throw them out? There was like a list of like 12 potential RFPs that would be submitted. Do we maybe know why we only got 2?
I can't understand you. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Do we know why we only got 2?
Oh, only 2 people responded to the RFP?
Only 2 firms responded to the
Isn't that
RFP.
interesting? Because
Yeah, I don't know that that's a part typically when any RFP is put out there that we follow back up and or the district, not us, that we would follow back up and figure out what was the difference between those that showed interest and those that actually applied. I have not heard that we know that information or have that information or that we've done that before.
then I would ask again of the people that requested the RFP itself, right? And that's what we're looking at on this first page from Ms. Jackson, is these are the people that requested the RFP, and then the only ones that replied are the 2 that we have on this cover sheet. Is that what we're saying? And so, yeah, I'd love to have a conversation about where we go from here, because again, if you only have the 2 and you're talking about rejecting the 2, what are we backing ourselves into?
Okay, here's what I think happened, if I could speculate. And this is coming from my understanding about what happened to the Georgia School Board Association, because they did ask, their names were on that list.
Yes.
Okay. The point is that if you look at the experience that we had previously, which I think is typical, is that school districts begin this process like at least the latter part of the year before. And so it's a 6 or 8 month process. Okay, so there have been 5 school districts that I'm aware of who contacted the Georgia School Board Association months ago and said, this is what we want to do, is have the Georgia School Board Association help us in this process. Well, we come along, so they've got 5 on their table right now. And 2 should be resolved in the next couple of weeks. But there's just so much that one organization can take on at a time. Now, that's just the organization that I'm aware about. I'm expanding that and saying maybe that's true with these other organizations too, because you just don't bring somebody on haphazardly when a school district comes late to the party and says, I need an escort. So I think I support what Karina, I think, was driving at, that we don't have the time to have this process done. It's not fair to the applicants, it's not fair to the community, and it's not fair to the central staff, which would be very involved in this as well. So I think we need to look for another alternative and reject these and say, what do we do in the interim?
I'm probably the only person who has a concern about that, but we are asking for a report on the disparity study. The way to eliminate disparities is to be transparent in your process of choosing vendors to respond to your request for, as a government agency. I think it's a part of how we're supposed to operate. And if we had 2 people that responded, is the concern that one of the 2 is one that we've used in the past and people don't like them? Or is it just simply that the people that we wanted to respond didn't respond because they're too busy to respond? And then how do we then have a preference for somebody to respond? Because I heard before, we don't need to do this. We need to just use this organization. Well, that cuts out the opportunity for any kind of equity and any kind of transparency in the process. We're just playing favorites. I don't understand. So if somebody has a different idea about how we go about doing this, then I'm really willing to listen to that and see what we come up with.
I just want the opportunity to be able to sit down and read thoroughly through the information. I don't know if I missed it ahead of time, but I haven't had an opportunity to thoroughly review this with a highlighter and go through it and compare it to be able to even make contributions to an intelligent discussion about it.
So I think what I'm hearing the concern about is that there are only two people responded. And again, I'm with you. We haven't evaluated their responses to see, and I don't think we'd do that initial evaluation. I think, again, staff would do that initial evaluation to tell us how they rated in terms of the things that we specified in the request for proposals. So I would love to see that assessment of the 2 people that responded according to our timeline and according to what we're asking. That's the process, and if we decide we want to reject it based on the fact that 2 people responded, that's scary to me.
Well, it's not really based on that fact for me personally, and I'm only speaking as myself. I looked at those 2 proposals. So for me, it's the content within the proposals. It's not just that we only got 2.
So do we have the staff's evaluation of the 2 applicants?
Ms. Jackson, you have those, right? The staff evaluation of the 2.
So the sheets in terms of how many points each one of these 2 scored, do we have that information? Has that been emailed to me too, and I just didn't get to?
No,
Okay,
ma'am,
great, that would be amazing.
Okay, so what I hear, I think, we still haven't come to any consensus
No,
because
I still
if
want to see it.
Ms. Jackson, Dr. Thomas, Ms. Jackson is going to send us that information, that is then determining that we are moving forward. We're staying in place. We're going to take a look at these at another time. We're going to receive the ratings, and then that this would be an agenda item at a next meeting, at a call meeting of some sorts. The other part of that to keep in mind is that we do have a timeline here. And so I'm not arguing for or against necessarily, but there are implications for the timeline either way we go. And so it's important to keep that in mind too.
So if we do it that way, can we go ahead and schedule the call meeting? Because I think we're gonna end up like further behind. if we keep on waiting until next time.
Yeah, and I think it's safe to say we're pretty behind, not because we want to be, well, I don't know. Well, but because we are behind, right? We are behind collectively with the timeline. So you are right. And that may just determine like what actions we take, you know what I mean, what our options are as we move forward.
So are we scheduling a call meeting to discuss the findings? Is that what we're doing now?
I would assume after we hear from Mr. Davis and anyone that has not spoken, if that is the, if that's the move, Ms. Gallagher, then it would be to discuss the ratings, but then to determine to discuss these in detail and make a determination on if we're gonna keep these or not. If we're gonna start back or reject them and then start back over.
Tonight or at a call meeting?
We're gonna do that at a call meeting because we haven't received the ratings. Yep.
But we're scheduling a call meeting
Yep.
now.
Yep. If that is where the board wants to go. But that's why I said we
Okay.
need to hear from.
Let me, see, that's just part of it. The fact that we had 2 applicants, that's just part of the question, in my opinion. We had announced Dr. Means as the superintendent to be of Clark County School District on April 4th, 2018. Okay? According to our timeline, if we follow this, we will make that announcement sometime in July. Now, I'm just trying to figure out how, we can't shape the world around our schedule, and folks are going to be in place. People have to move families. People have to reorientate. And I'm just amazed that we even are contemplating it.
So one of the things that we were told earlier on last semester, and even before then, is like, we've sort of known this date, the end date, but we were also told by Mr. Pruitt we had a few choices. One was to appoint a superintendent and forego all of this. The other one was to not appoint a superintendent, but use a search firm and determine the search firm. We could select the search firm, or we could go to an RFP process for the search firm. And so I think that is what sort of got us here, Mr. Davis, is because the board decided that, we would go with the search firm. And due to that, there are some, it does impact the timeline. Ms. Hull, Dr. Maddox, Dr. Dykeman.
Yeah, so I was going to say that similar to what Greg was saying, in that I do think it's an issue that we only have 2 potential options for the search firm. And I do think that part of that reason might be because of the timing in which we're trying to do the search, as Greg was saying also. And so it does make me wonder what kind of candidates we're going to get with this kind of timeline as well, given that I think we were told at some point that often people finalize the negotiations and everything in like December or January of the year prior, so that they have time to tell their current employer, so that their current employer can then find, because the current employer will have to find another superintendent if the person that we hire is a superintendent. And so sort of the expectation is that things would be in place December or January so that a new superintendent could be ready to move and start in June. And so I'm wondering what kind of candidates we might get that would be able to sign or get a notification and negotiate terms in June or July and then start immediately, which would be in the beginning or at some point in an academic year, and whether we would even want to have a person who would be willing to leave their position of their current place to come work for us in the middle of an academic year.
Okay,
I don't know. I think I'm looking at this is where we are, and if we don't have a perfect set of circumstances, and if we put out the request for RFPs and only 2 people submitted, those are the people that want to play with us. Those are the people that want to help us in this endeavor. And so that's what we have to work with. And we do have some ability to be a part of finding the perfect candidate for us. And so I don't want to get caught up in the what ifs and push things further along, because what is our viable alternative? Like, we don't have a lot of options with this unless Dr. Thomas, like, she changing her mind, and I'm looking at her face and it doesn't look like she is. So we don't have a lot of options. It's not best case scenario, but we're gonna have to pull the trigger and work with it and make it work for our school district. My 3 cents.
May I speak again, or?
Has everybody spoken that wanted to speak, or has
Mr.
everyone?
Davis got to speak as often
Yeah, oh,
as he wanted to.
absolutely. Yeah,
Thank
just
you.
making sure that everyone else has had a chance.
So then, back to that same scenario, we have waited for a superintendent to finish out a year before, or their contract before. And so we put interim things in place when that happens, right? And so the fact that we are, I don't understand how we can decide that we're too late. I think we can decide that it's not ideal to have not made this decision sooner. But I think the reality is, when we find that candidate, and if that candidate says, I can't come until September of next year, then it's our choice to wait until September of next year or do something different. And I think that nothing's going to happen in this district in a 6-month window that that person being in place could have prevented. I think that we need to be better organized around what we're saying that we're doing here. And I think it's very, in my opinion, I think it is very unfair to the people who did follow the directions, follow through, to not at least be looked at as potential people. And we can still reject them. It doesn't change anything. It just pushes the timeline out further. So all we're talking about is how do we operate in the interim until we fill this position, because we're going to have to operate. And we have a staff that Dr. Thomas has already demonstrated to us is more than capable of operating. So I don't want us to create a hysteria around this timeline. And I don't want us to use one timeline as the litmus test for what it would take for us to fill this. We've had 6, this is number 6, right, in 10 years. So let's look at those others and see what that timeline looked like. And the circumstances are different. So I would ask us to not make decisions based on that, but try and follow our policy and see if we can live through this.
So when is our called meeting?
Is that the consensus of the board that we
It's
want?
not, that's the only other option. This is our only
I
option right now,
vote
have
for
a called
that.
meeting.
This can be.
I'm giving a thumbs up for a call meeting.
I'm fine with a called meeting. I guess in terms of discussion, I think what Linda just brought up is something that's worthy of discussion, though. And I think what we have now is a timeline to get somebody in for the next academic year. And I think the RFP that went out to the search firms was to find a superintendent that can start this next academic year. So if we want to consider that we're not going to have a person start this next academic year, I think that might open things up more and might make it so that there might be other applicants, either as search firms or as superintendent candidates. But I think we have to decide or discuss whether or not that's an acceptable thing or not, because right now I feel like we're working off of, we need to do the best we can to find somebody to be here for the start of the academic year, and I don't want to rush that and try to pick somebody who might not be the right fit.
I'm totally in agreement with that.
All right. And so where do we go from here? Are we going to do a call meeting? Are we going to
Can we
reject
schedule a
these?
call
What are
meeting?
what was that?
Can we schedule a call meeting? Because I really just want to just go with what the lady from Cognitive told me. She said, y'all, there is no way y'all can make good decisions at 10, 11 o'clock at night. I don't think we're going to be able to make a good decision at 10 o'clock at night. So if we can schedule a call meeting, we'll have more time to have a more robust conversation with more information. Right.
Okay, so is that the general consensus of call meeting? I'm looking. Okay, all right. Let's go ahead and schedule the date for the call meeting, please.
I'm on vacation, but I trust y'all.
Next week?
Yes.
Me too. I won't be here next week.
All right, Monday or Wednesday? I'm not able to do Wednesday, but if Dr. Anderson is, or is someone who can facilitate the meeting, that would be fine. I'll be happy to send my thoughts about the. Okay, so that's 3. So 3 minus 8 is 5.
And then is our board meeting Thursday? Then why can't we just make this an agenda item on the Thursday board meeting?
Okay, yeah, so Ms. Davis asked, why can't we make it an agenda item on the board meeting? I guess we could carry it forward. Right now it's item 13, and so we could have an item that takes action, but that means we need to be prepared to have read this and to come with a position and a motion, and to see if the motion is voted up or down, and we'll be.
That's exactly right. That's the process.
What was that, Ms.? Mm-hmm. Yeah, we shouldn't, but, but yeah, so we'll keep it as item 13, and we'll take action on the RFP. I think that's what I'm hearing from the board.
Well, we've got to take action on the RFP anyway, because
That's
it's out
right.
there and we got to answer it. And so then the second thing is if we reject it, that's fine. But if somebody has an idea of how we move forward upon rejection, then I would like for them to at least share that with us before we get there that night, so people
Please.
can think about that.
Please. And that way, if there's an additional motion that comes, we're already prepared to take that. We're not re-discussing things, so. Does everybody understand the our assignments?
Yes.
All right, okay. Floor is open.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. All right, we are adjourned at 10:18 p.m.